Okay, so now we're going to be playing some City Skylines. We're going to be starting a brand new city. I've got most of the DLC. Like, I don't have a bunch of the packs that have, like, random extra maps and all that kind of stuff. But I do have, like, all the major content DLC stuff. I very much enjoy the game. Good times. We do have some mods going. What mods do we even have? Like, I've got the mod that allows me to still get achievements with mods. And then most of the rest of the stuff on here boils down to stuff like the movement and the traffic management. So I don't do any mods that, like, I mean, I guess Unlimited Soil lets you abuse stuff, but that's fine. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff that I wish was just vanilla. It's one of those games I just deal with it. You ever says because you seem to like it and I like watching it? Yeah. City Skylines is a good time. Alright, so we had people say they wanted one with multiple rivers. And I don't know the maps super well. So Murky Coast looks like it's a maybe. Wolf Creek looks like a maybe. Oh no, now we have to decide on what kind of city we are building. I know, right? Azure Gulf looks like it's a strong possibility. Crater Falls. Gray Waters is almost wanting to be an archipelago. Gray Falls is a strong possibility. Because people said they wanted multiple rivers. It's like, okay, I can do with that. I like maps that have weird designs that we can have to work around. Yeah, we might just go with Gray Waters because there are so many maps. So we're talking Gray Waters. Maybe a very industrial polluted city. So I could go and make a city that is based around, like, massive amounts of, like, trying to do supply chain industry, maybe. Industrial Utopia, Reach of the Impossible. I actually do not know off the top of my head what we're going to name this thing. Why is naming things so hard? Is there a winter in the game? So, winter in the game is either always winter or never winter. There's no seasons in the game. Unfortunately. So to play winter, I have to choose one of the winter maps. One of these ones down here. Otherwise, you don't get winter. There are mods that change that, but I've heard they're kind of janky. What are the second one will have seasons? I believe it does, because I want to say they said it was an engine limitation. No Joyberg. Trying to think of, like, because they're talking about making, like, an industry one, so, like, doing, like, some like corporate lingo, like Synergyville, or one of the many corporate terms that don't mean anything. Mega City 1, Smogberg. Sure, Smogberg is good enough for me. Just so we get past the screen and into the game. Alright. So once we get in here, I'll be able to turn our music back on and let the City Skylines music fall off. Because the downside is a lot of the City Skylines stations are not DMCA safe. Like, there's a couple who are, and there's a couple who are, like, gray area, and there's a couple who are absolutely not. Which is a bummer, because it's really hard to play it safe with that kind of stuff. I wish every game that existed had a I would like DMCA safe music thing for streamers, or like streamer mode or whatever, to not deal. I honestly wish a lot of the games would just pay someone to write music so it's not even an issue. Okay. So we're in Smogberg. We've got a highway connection over here, one down there. Can't really see what that is, or the thing is just nothing. We got a railway down here. Yeah, so we got like all these chain of islands over here, but we got our road connections here, like our highway connection. Then we got that down there. There we go. And I'm just turning that off because, like I said, there's a lot of music in there that's not DMCA safe. And I can never remember. There's a handful of playlists that are like, this one's fine, you can play this. And then there's some that are saying, like, it's not copywritten, we won't DMCA you. But it's one of those things that still flags, and you kind of have to fix it after the fact. And so you don't want to deal with it at all. Alright, how do I want to do our main thing? Actually. So for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to make it into a different style roundabout later. So that's 160. But I don't have access to the things that need to change it. Because what I'll do is I'll make a full-on roundabout here, and we'll have the road go over, and this will be like our central... Like, we'll make proper exits here and everything for this. Actually, you know what? That might not be a bad idea to start. That way the intersections aren't too close together. Okay, so I'm wasting a lot of money on stuff that isn't necessary right now. Which way is your water flow? So you've got water flow down that way. Very slight water flow down this way. So that's a little concerning. And the reason that's concerning is that's the kind of situation where we could probably very easily accidentally start feeding pollution out here. There's so little water flow that starts backing up over here. I'm hoping that won't be a thing I have to worry about. But that is in the realm of possibilities. One thing I like that, say, Skylines 2 is doing is, you can just put the pipe and power underneath the water. Or underneath the road, sorry. Alright, so we got our water connections. We will need power and all that hooked up. Where are you? Advanced coal plant? That's new. Okay. So, one of the reasons why I actually like 1 year, 1 million bank cash, no commercial zones. It's one of the reasons I like the renewable power in the game. Like, you know, you can joke about like the environment and all that kind of stuff. But one of the really big nice things about the renewable power is you don't have to ship in materials. So I don't have to worry about like, oh, am I not going to get power because the coal trucks are having problems reaching where they need to go. Alright, so the water's all hooked up. We've got some power. Okay. So I've got that going on. I can't build actually, I can build medium roads. That's a bit surprising. That's inconvenient for this design. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Because what I could do... is that... and that. And you can put a turn-off lane on here. Which I am over-engineering this. That's because they've been bitten so many times by having everything back up on that main road. I'll clean that up later. So let's see. We've got you going through here. We'll grab the water pipe and run that under the road. Okay. So, next up, let's actually make a subdivision. How do I want to make the subdivisions in this one? So a lot of times I usually make them like really twisty and all that kind of stuff. And I still think that's a good idea. But I think what I do is I treat this as in and out roads. So like that'll be the road into the subdivision, the road out to it. But once we get back here, we can start doing some fun stuff, so it's not just the boring same design you see half the stuff take. Okay, and there. So we got a little subdivision back here, so let's get that all hooked up. I cannot wait for City Skylines to drop. City Skylines 2. It's like the last day of TwitchCon, or like the day after TwitchCon. So I'm gonna be like scrambling home from the airport and everything, and like I'll miss the first couple days or whatever because I'll be returning for TwitchCon. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and get all this zoned residential. Like, City Skylines 2 will be so good. I've taken a full week. Oh, I mean, I stream, so it's not the time I'd take off. We'll make commercial this side of the road for right now. And we want to try and intercept some of the... I think ultimately with the industrial, we'll want to move that over here so we don't have to use both sides of the road for it. Alright, so we got our stuff getting set up there. The other thing I need to do is get some type of industry going. The same as the other side of the road, we're going to have... that set up like this. Now, that's all like curvy roads and all that. The industrial side has no soul. The industry side is big business. It doesn't care. It's just going to be a grid, and that's what it's going to be. Alright, so we're getting all that started. We'll put this on double time. Most of these kind of games, I will leave it on double time. So we are going to go into negative on money while our population starts moving in. That's just what it's going to be for a little while. But that's fine. But yeah, no, I'm real excited for City Skylines 2. But yeah, so our population will start skyrocketing up real fast, then we should probably be good. I'm hoping I won't have to make a lot of adjustments for a bunch of things. In the meantime, we could use the Move It mod. And just clean up the streets a little bit. Oh, you don't have a power line going to you. Well, that is really not good on my part. And you can't get a loan yet. We can fix this in a not great way. Which is I could deliberately build all of this out there to bridge it over. Okay. Could be a powerful problem. And you don't have water yet, because we didn't have water in that middle spot. Because, of course, that's where they built first. That's fine, we can live with this. It still slowly is improving our weekly income. The moment we start going positive, we should be good. Those commercials are also in a bad shape until more of this fills in. Okay. They're thirsty for solutions. Yeah, and I overspent. It's building all these like medium roads and all that. I shouldn't have done that early on. It'll be fine though, like we're almost going positive income. Should get there soon. You're those corny SimCity newsletter highlight headlines. I'm also curious what the music score is going to be in City Skylines too. I'm really hoping this time they were thoughtful of creators. And now I can actually play in it. Let me actually see. Cities, Skylines, DMCA. Let's see. As long as I'm talking about stream, with the gameplay, you can have music from the game with the exception of the listed options. Let's see. Okay, so I would still likely have my VOD muted. But yeah. It's basically saying if we went to the radio stations here, that there's the one that's like FM or whatever. That one is like 100%, yeah, Gold FM. They're like, yeah, do not play Gold FM. Like, even the game warns you, it's like, that is, you're not allowed to stream or whatever that song, because it's like all copyrighted stuff. But the other ones also have music that I don't know what is and isn't. Stuff that'll get my VODs muted and all that, because it's just one thing. It's like, it's one thing if they will like mute the VOD. That's kind of annoying. I don't put up with that. Play Gold FM. That's a paddling. Yeah, Gold FM. Like the game itself is like, just so you know. I'm actually checking to see. Some radio stations cannot be streamed. Please note, some of the radio channels have been licensed music and can't be used when streaming. Channels unavailable for streaming, Gold FM. But I still think the other ones will get my VOD muted. Because it'll flag for DMCA copyright thing. It's not like an actual takedown kind of consideration. That won't stop me because I can't read. Cool, so that's getting hooked up with power. These will continue being upset until we get farther over. Okay. Alright, so it still is going in the positive direction. It's like, don't tell me I messed it up. It's the golden standard of DMC. Hey, there we go, because that we instantly get an influx of cash. So I could first do this, which is I could take these, and I can unzone all this, because that I don't actually want to be industrial. What I can do is I can branch off of here Get our power online. And we'll get our trash in place. And I have to wait for more money for the rest of... Oh, and the pipe. Base is already occupied. Okay, so that should give water to everyone. Alright, so we're just going to try and wait a little bit here. Because what I need to do now is I need to get a recycling center up, I need to get the school up, I need to get the clinic up. All those kind of things. Yep, so we're now at positive. We are now making money as opposed to losing it. I have a feeling with these islands as a design, like, I'll probably end up having like the main highway like just like cut across here kind of thing. Well, I'll probably go like that. So it'll be like the main highway will just drop off on each of the islands. Like, I'm not sure exactly how I'll do the layout. Like, probably one road there, like have a crossing that goes across these ones. Maybe a segment that goes down there. Then I could see that. And then all of those like go to the roundabouts that then feed in and out of the highway. Maybe some lesser bridges as well, just as a way of giving multiple routes. Okay, so we're at 10,000 for that. 16 for that. Because I want to get ahead on the recycling center right away. I like being able to have it go to the recycling center as opposed to just immediately having problems where my trash just keeps piling up rapidly. Honestly, we're never going to build anything on this wire, so let's go ahead and get rid of it. Okay. And that's in, and that's out. Alright. And then meanwhile, we'll go to the industrial area. That's in, that's out. That way we have these as our main like areas. All these can just feed out wherever they want to feed out. They have very predictable flow of traffic. School right here. Next we have the medical clinic. And that's going to increase our house values and all that. So generally I'm going to try and focus on making smaller valuable area than larger less valuable area, because it makes it a lot easier to manage. But we will sit there, and as we unlock the regions and all that, we will see what we can find in the area so far as natural resources to exploit with industry. No matter what, at a minimum, I could do logging, because you can put down trees on any tile and then put down your logging stuff and it'll be happy with it. But if we find coal and oil and all that, we'll mess around with that too. Okay. Trying to see what your noise range was. Get you slid over. Because I put them in noise range, I don't have stuff to protect them kind of deal. Then they'll get real unhappy and start getting sick and all that. Okay, this is where we take magic move. We just start tinkering. Not because this is like, we're not being like exploiting, like save money or whatever. We're just trying to make it look nice. Another little neighborhood down there. Oh. I want to make sure they commercial are attached to this road, not the side roads. Just for traffic pattern reasons. And get rid of you. That's it. Actually, you can stay. We put some undesirable near them. The windmills, that is. I don't. Oh yeah. I mean, ultimately, I'm gonna get rid of the windmill and go for geothermal in the long run, because geothermal is just the amount of power you get out of geothermal is ridiculous. And then there's like no real negatives to it in the game. Yeah, so we've got the school. Okay, so we have grown the city again. So there's the clinic. There's the fire department. They cannot afford the police department yet. Alright. Like I said, eventually I'll probably raise the highway up. This highway will become a raised highway to go over top of this. Oh, that's definitely... We need to take that last set of houses off. We need to go right here and say, yeah, not you. Because they'll just get sick from noise pollution and get mad about it. So this is one of the downsides of the wind turbines, is they're not super reliable power. So they tend to be very spiky. As you can see, it's continuing to dip at the moment. So we definitely don't want to be on that longer than we have to. Yeah, so like the wind just picked up speed, so now all these are starting to get powered. Let's see. You may have to end the day early today. The wind is very disturbing, and so far I've only got a few seconds long power outages, but the wind is picking up. Well, I do hope you go the evening without any more necessary power outages. I totally understand. I do appreciate you popping in and all that good stuff. Yeah, no, you take care of yourself. Stream is second. You know, your family's third. No, I'm teasing. What is this? Wave power plant. Interesting. So I still need another one for the time being. It's on the fence. So what I can actually do is go here and just say, yeah, I need more power, so please give me more power. I need to get the police department online soon, because we'll start having, like, they're starting to get crime here. And just the way the game works is if you don't do anything about the crime, it escalates extremely rapidly. It's just mechanically how the game works. As you can see. I think I'd take a loan at this point. Yeah, I don't like taking the loans. We'll take the loan real fast. We'll drop down the police department. Because if I don't do that, that's going to continue to escalate until the whole city starts like shutting down because just overrun by crime. Now, granted to me, that's not a realistic depiction of how a city works. We've got a city whose population is about 1,000 people, and that, like, just suddenly out of nowhere, the entire city starts falling into just a mass crime wave. It's like, okay, don't get me wrong, there would be crime, but like crime usually happens at like 1% of people and everything like that. It's now those things that like suddenly the entire community turns criminal because they didn't see a police car go by in the last couple days. Gotcha. Well, thank you for the lurk. I do appreciate it. Wow, 1,000 happy people already. Yep. I was talking to Tomb's family members about when we used to live up in Michigan and drive down to Central Florida to visit my mom's side of the family, which is a heckin' drive. For those in Europe, I don't know what I could actually do to compare that, because I don't know Europe's geography super well when it comes to actual distances. Basically, it's a 2 to 3 day drive if you're driving like a reasonable person. If you want to go like no stops, just drive, you're still talking like day and a half-ish of like non-stop. You know, outside of like absolutely blasting speeding or whatever. But, so during that drive, we had one time that, you know, you have to stop and get gas, that we were in Virginia, and we had to stop and get gas. And we ran into this tiny little town called Fancy Gap. That is literally, it's just this little sign on the side of the road. It's like Fancy Gap, but they have a gas station. So we pulled off on this side road, and this town could have had a population of more than like 20 people. But they had like the most questionable barbecue place you've ever seen in your entire life. With an authentic, had been on camera Andy Griffith car. Like, it had actually been in the show Andy Griffith. There. And you went in and you're just like, this is really a flip of the coin, whether I'm walking away with food poisoning or good barbecue, or both, maybe. And it became this weird family tradition to stop in this nowhere town in this absolute dive of a barbecue place that very genuinely you went and you're like, I feel unclean and I feel like I am going to get sick eating the food here. Because like this is a very, very the health inspector probably would have burned the building down kind of place. The barbecue was only okay, for the record. But they had hot chow chow. It just became this weird tradition to go there. But I was talking to Tomb's family members about it, because they were talking about a town over by them that had a population of 20. And I was like, I wonder how Fancy Gap is doing now. I haven't seen it in like over a decade. And we looked, and it's like it had a booming population growth. It's now at 65 people living in the town, and when you pull up the tourism website, it tells you all of the fine places you can eat there, which involved the sandwich place inside the gas station. That CD barbecue place kind of rebranded itself as a deli, and a Subway. That tells you something when the local tourism website for a town includes Subway restaurant, like just the regular old Subway sub restaurant, as like one of the go-to places in town. And you go to the tourism website, and it's like, and this is like the official like government tourism website. It's like, what is here? And it was like, we have mountains, and they say like the name of the mountain range, and they don't say anything else. It's not, we have mountains, go on a nature trail. It's like, we have mountains. What else did you want? No, it's not drawing anything. I need more power options to show up soon. Because the only reason I'm using renewable is long-term, if you use coal and natural gas, they have to drive their trucks in, and you will start to choke up your roads by having all those, like, a lot of succeeding in City Skylines is ultimately, what can I do to reduce the number of vehicles on my road? Or to, like, split my vehicles up between my roads. Like, City Skylines is traffic management, the game. Oh, and you do some city stuff around the outsides of it. But yeah, I know it's not supposed to do anything. I try to make my neighborhoods look like more natural, like what you'd see. So instead of just having, grid, you've got that kind of going. The other thing we're going to do, which people know I tend to do a lot when I play this game, is once I remember where the heck it is. Actually, genuinely don't remember where the heck it is. Hey, we've hit the next milestone so far as place size. We don't have the industry regions yet. I do actually have industry. Okay, so with that, where are resources? Okay. So we've got a tiny bit of farmable area on the edges here. We've got ore on that island. We've got ore on this island and oil up there and oil down there. So I can buy another tile. So I think maybe I move on to this island and this starts our industry. We start building up farm on this edge. I mean, that's really not much farm. Like, that's really kind of crap farm. The lumber would be fine. I could also go up here and just try and shove some ore on that island. Or this one. It's really going to be a bad time because there's really not a lot of resources to exploit, so we might end up going very heavy into lumber long term. I mean, if I do this one, I'm closer to the next connection. Is that brown stuff beside the overview? Yeah, the brown stuff beside the city and the other... Oh, this is, that... Actually... I didn't see pollution in the water. In which view? We've got this. That's oil, that's iron, that's fertile soil for farming. The green is lumber. I believe that's really all the colors. Not seeing brown stuff, though. Oh, this is polluted water. Yeah, that's sewage. It shows up much better. That's the fishing view. So we're ruining our fishing. Yeah, this is sewer water. Because we're dumping it into the river. You know, just as you do. So I'm thinking I'm leaning towards going up here towards the ore, because then I could also connect the other highway connection. Alright. Because now what we can do is we can go industry. In city... You're trying to say City Skylines? City Skylines fire spreads. I'd imagine City Skylines 2 it would as well. I don't know why they'd turn it off, so I think it's safe to assume that'll be the case. Oh. I cannot make it an ore place yet. I didn't realize there was restrictions on that. That's okay. We'll just keep growing then. Yeah, so this'll be where we grow, or where we do ore. The other thing we could do is, so we have this. So we're gonna do a little bit of buffoonery with this. Oh, I forgot we could also make the pedestrian areas. We'll definitely make some of these islands like super ritzy pedestrian areas. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start by going like this. I'm gonna go assign this to renewable housing to mitigate my power and my pollution concerns a little bit. We're gonna slowly expand it so I'm not like deleting my entire neighborhood in one go. You vote for farm or to the west? Yeah, so this is farm. Like, the problem is this isn't a lot of space to work with. Is more of a concern than anything. Like, I'm gonna plunk down like 2 fields on here and then that's full. And I'm down to do that, for the record. Like, we'll do that. It's just, I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna actually make anything of decent size with that. Hey, Vortis, how's it going? Like that's only my concern is I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna get that to work. Because we also have a bunch of land here we can farm, but right now we've got a housing on it, so that is what it is. And meanwhile, let's go here, pay back our loan. So we don't have any debt we gotta deal with. Just having your dinner? Nice, nice. Yeah, so I'm slowly converting the town over to being the energy efficient stuff. Because it'll reduce our burden on our power and our, our garbage dump. And those are all like infrastructure things. Like the trash collection is those infrastructure things that'll also choke up your highways. That you do what you can to kind of mitigate the number of vehicles you need. You make each and every neighborhood its own like little region or whatever. And also, you'll be your own region over here. So that's industry there. There's not a whole lot we could do with there. We got a bunch of stuff we could use for lumber, but I also need places to put the houses. Otherwise, we won't be able to get the industry off the ground because there'll be no one available to work at it. Alright, so now it's going to hurt me a lot because what we're going to do is I'm not going to be careful about this one. Instead, just go, bam, make it renewable. Okay. So the difficulty is going to be actually doing anything meaningful with that, because that is... Let's not worry about that yet. That's what I was trying to do, is I'm trying to figure out how I set that up. It's one like little narrow band of farmable land. And I need to be able to put like the headquarters thing on it and a bunch of like little farm buildings on it and all that to make that work. So I gotta get that set up. Alright, so our money will be suffering for just a little bit while we wait for everyone to get moved in and all that. Meanwhile, we are up to the high school level. Okay. What about fire? I don't see anything fire related. Maybe if you saw like flashing lights, that's gonna happen constantly, so I wouldn't get too worried about that. Alright, so we got the high school equivalent there. Ivy Hills West Side. No, there's no fire, it's just pollution. Those are just smokestacks. I mean, there may have been a fire over here, but I think it's more just the trees are all dying to pollution. I need that population to recover already. Oh, one of the things I could do as well is go to our budget. Drop that back down to normal. Because we had to crank it up earlier. We just didn't have the means to support it all. And we are positive again. Cool. Yeah, so I think we'll probably end up doing is have like one island will be like residential commercial, then we'll have some industrial islands, and then, you know, another island will be like residential commercial, all that kind of stuff. Like, kind of like the idea of making some of these islands down here, like, walkable area. So, if we look at the... Well, I mean, those have ore in it. Like, maybe this island this area becomes mostly residential. Just that way we have room for it. Because we gotta have enough people working at it.
Meteorologists are issuing a thunderstorm warning for the coming days. Citizens are advised to stay indoors.
I don't want a thunderstorm warning.
A thunderstorm is battering the city. Stay indoors until the storm has passed.
But I don't want a thunderstorm. Have you considered not having a thunderstorm? Okay, so I broke this pole. I need you to pay out right now. Alright, we're gonna have to take a loan because I can't afford to fix the power connection if it stays broken. The water shuts down the city and then like everyone will ditch. Oh, so there we go as an actual fire. There's your fire. And there's the fire trucks. And magically, it's all better as if it never caught fire. No school tomorrow? Yup. Stop breaking all my telephone poles. I actually do need that one. The good news is as your city gets farther along and you end up with less stuff like just out in the outskirts, you don't have to worry about it as much. Okay. Why is the bank balance continuing to go down? Despite all that. Alright, well we need more people to be in town so that we could tax more people. Then go ahead and get the next road started. Yeah, it's actually close enough. Alright, so now what you need to do is go here, go to those. Oh, did I actually get you set with the one-way down here? Okay. Now I'll go over here and start trying to set up a new area. Plan for this to be a straight shot. Couple blocks over, straight shot. And let's go ahead and start making this wiggle around a little bit. That's fine. Alright, so we got all that going on. Trying to decide how I want to connect this. Okay, we'll move this with the move it tool. Make it not quite as awkward. Alright, so we got all that hooked up. So now we need to run some water underneath it. The big issue with this is as I expand this, I need more power, I need more water, I need more everything. But I need to get enough residents in here that we can at least get enough revenue and that I can actually do something. Okay, so I've got all that. And now we need to go down here. And just gotta try and tweak this out a little bit. Make it a little bit nicer. Alright, so now I'll let that subdivision start going in. Oh, before we actually start building the houses. Get you zoned in there. Alright. Yeah, so usually another thing I'll do, which I'll probably be able to do it soon, is I'll actually fill in a lot of area with, like, trees, and I'll fill in a lot of area with, like, you know, retention ponds that don't actually need to exist, but it just adds a certain aesthetic to make it so it's not, like, everything flat and plastic looking. Like, you have some variance in terrain. Like, this neighborhood looks pretty good, alright, where it's got this, like, ledge in here. Like, a bunch of these, like, ledges here, like, adds a little bit of character. But, like, for example, this whole area, if we zoom in, it's just flat. I like to add elevation so you can make, like, that into, like, what would look like a retention pond. It won't have water in it, because City Skylines 1 doesn't really have the concept of water settling from rain or anything like that. So the only way to put water in there is to flood it, but there's not a good way to control the depth or anything like that, and it's just costly and wasteful. So it's just really hard to make work in any way. Yep, and again, I don't want them to put the business along those. Let them get some more commercial in here. Let's see how that helps out. Soon we'll have enough drones for Iron Island. Yeah. We just need to raise the population a little bit more. Okay, so we're positive again on the budget. Okay. I've got all our tiny eco-friendly buildings. Are you gonna woodcut first? What do you mean by woodcut? Logging? I haven't decided yet. Like I said, I'm basically making kind of the equivalent of retention ponds. One, because it adds a little bit of elevation to make things interesting. It's mostly just that, actually. Going into daytime, you'll start to see a little bit better. Bamboo's not big enough. I was trying to remember as we had a tool for like brushing a bunch of these on real fast. So it makes it much easier for dealing with a bunch of like bunch of this stuff. Those trees don't look as good. I was trying to get big trees so I wouldn't need nearly as many as I normally put down. We'll see. Because I put down lots of trees like this, tends to make the whole thing look a little bit, you know, a little better. Plus it gives you a little something to do while you're waiting for the money rolling, because these trees only cost like 10 bucks each, so it's really not enough to worry about. Alright. So just while we're waiting the money to go in, we'll just keep plunking down trees. I also do little things like where we put the dips in here. Don't put the trees in the dip. At least not many. As I say yet? Yeah, reckon. Yep. We'll leave it at that for a couple minutes. Oh, so we still got money rolling in before we start making our next move. Because those are the things you try and grow way too fast, and you throw stuff out of balance, and then suddenly you're financially in terrible shape, and that's just the way it is. Did we pay back that second loan? We have not. We have now, so we no longer have debt. Alright. What we'll do is make another neighborhood over here. What'll eventually happen with these is we'll start making the start making a lot of these roads, or not the roads. We'll start making a lot of the neighborhoods. We'll put like nicer, well, not nicer, bigger houses for its higher capacity or whatever. All right. Yeah, next will probably come off that neighborhood. Yeah, so at the moment we're still basically just waiting on money to roll in. We're trying to expand to get the money to be a bit better. There are a lot of tricks you can do in this game, like you can really abuse parks and tolls and all that to effectively just mass produce money. I'm not intending to going out of my way to do that, partly because I usually don't typically exploit my games, which granted, it's in-game mechanics, like there's nothing unreasonable or unfair about it. But don't go out of my way to exploit it. Now, granted, if it ends up being something I can just line up with minimal effort, then sometimes I'll do it. Like, you know, I've created the place that actually had one where it had, like, a thing that's kind of like New York City's, Central Park, but I put all of my, my subway hub was in there, so to go to any of the different locations, you had to, like, go through this park. If you're riding from one end of town, you'd have to go up, get out of there, and go down the other side. So everyone had to pay a ticket to go into the park. Which gets super concerning when you think about it. But that was actually, like, that city was extremely lucrative. Before we start building anything, come on, give me one of the better powers. Because like I said, the big problem with wind turbines is like the wind's blowing slower right now, and then suddenly all your power just goes out. I might just add a coal plant and just deal with it. Usually I can just like ride the wind turbines very short term till I get to the next level, which we just got. And then I get wind turbines I can put in the sea that are far more reliable. What else do we unlock? Nothing. Nothing at all. We'll end up getting rid of those. Okay. Oh, you know what I did? Built the wrong school. Basically, I built 2 different schools that are elementary level. Is what I did. I didn't build an elementary and a high school. I built 2 high school level schools. I just built one that was like actually an elementary school, and then one was like kind of like a private school, elementary school sort of thing, like a much nicer one, like a magnet school kind of thing. Yeah, so that'll help because I put the high school equivalent there. Then I'll start getting the higher education that allows for higher jobs. I just have to wait on money, as always. What about our industry situation? Can we... Okay, so we can actually start the ore industry. We start adding the farming industry as well. Okay, keep the power up. So in the meantime, I just gotta wait for some more money to roll in to get this thing going farther. Yeah, so right now, leisure, we have literally none. We'll definitely want to add some more, more parks and all that to bring up land values and all that. Make it nicer. We're basically at capacity for our elementary school. Okay. I was going to wait on this, but I need to build it now. Which is, we have to add a graveyard somewhere. Because if we don't do that, then the bodies will pile up, people get sick, which will mean there will be more bodies piling up, and then you basically have, a horror, situation. Yeah, I made those retention ponds are not even remotely noticeable. Very cloudy constantly. Oh, that's amusing. I made myself a place here. So what we could do is while we wait to have more money to work with, what can I add to fancify you? Basically make ourselves like a little park here up on the hill. Okay, what else I'm gonna put here for aesthetics? Because we can. Alright, we can't really build much here. Yeah, so it made like a steep spike, and the downside is like it'd be nice if I could fill that up with water, but the only way to do that is really laborious, and you have to like constantly babysit so it doesn't overfill and underfill and all that. Remember how to spin those. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how to spin it. That's fine, we can just do it like this. Right now, I'll just have a couple of food trucks. Spin it, bob it, pull it. Yep. Alright. So we don't need any more residential. It wants me to have more commercial, and it wants me to have more industrial with more of a focus on industrial. But that's okay, because I can build the commercial now while we're here. Alright. Right mouse button. I tried that, but let me try it again. Nope, you're right. I thought I tried it, but I guess it just didn't do it right. Was it right, or was it the button right? No, it was the right mouse button. Is what it was. Yeah, it's a fake crater, but we just made like a little crater in the middle. So when you pull into town, you're just coming along here, you see this like big ledge with all these like stuff and top walkways up to it and all that. Then you got a bunch of these neighborhoods over here. It's like this is what I'm aiming for with some of the stuff. So let's it's got like a little retention pond over there. We got a bunch of trees mixed in here. Let's go over here. Got another retention pond up there. Just adding a little bit of texture to the terrain, because now that it looks a lot better, where you see like you got these like little dips into the ground here, you got our tree covers. So you look at like what that neighborhood looks like back there, with like none of the trees involved in it and all that, versus this over here looks like a much more realistic neighborhood. Like, it's not saying that trees make or break realism so much as you put a little bit more versus, like, this one's not too terrible because we got the pine trees in here. But I tend to find that really does a lot for the aesthetic. Okay, so now I got a little bit more money. Let's build our equivalent to a high school. Okay. Now the next thing on the list I need to do is I still need to build that recycling center. We also need to get the industry online a little bit better. So I'm not sure exactly how I want to go about this for the industry. I might just take this road here and then like curve it to follow along there. Because if I switch to this view, that's where the farm area is. So if I go and I take this, Hey, comfortably lost. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing? All that good stuff. Welcome in, raiders. Comfy raid. Comfy raids are best raids. But I'm doing pretty good. Just working on a little bit of a brand new city we're doing. Going to be leaning on some of the industrial side that I don't do very often in my cities. But yeah, so if I can get a shout out, actually, I'll probably have to do that myself. So let me go ahead and shout out. Comfortably lost, and you were playing some City Skylines to the looks of it. But yeah, so how was your stream? We were a double raid? Was there 2 raids? Did I miss that there was 2 raids? Okay, it's only showing me 1 raid. But I do. Stream was great, thanks, no problem. But yeah, no, it's going pretty good. We just started the city. I am taking the time to like get it going. The idea is we want to go into the industrial stuff. That's what I was asked. One thing I actually do is you'll notice this neighborhood I've taken the time to. It was a raid into a raid. Ah, I got you. Yeah, I've been there before. Thank you for the follow up to the stream. Was in City Skylines as well. Yeah, hadn't seen you before and wanted to come and say hi. Oh, gotcha. So thank you for the follow up to the stream. So I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in 1 character in 1 life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But yeah, so I do play a lot of simulation, tycoon city builders, you know, settlement builders, roguelike, whole big variety of games. So I have played City Skylines in the on Twitch a number of times in the past. Not super recently, but I have in the past. And you're wondering why I'm putting down a bunch of trees. It's because I like my neighborhoods to look like this, where they're kind of real. We've got like retention ponds, even though they don't do anything in City Skylines, give it a little elevation. Instead of like this, which is what a normal City Skyline city looks like. Flat. Plastic. So I like to take the time to put like a little extra character into my towns, make them something nice. I've got lots of time in the game, though I haven't played as much lately. I'm just in, you know, City Skylines 2 waiting room. But yeah, so it's a fun time. You approve and build similarly? Yeah, you have to, like, otherwise you end up with your cities all looking like grids. It's also a nice thing for on stream while you're waiting for your money to catch up. What's the roundabout and a roundabout? Oh, this isn't a road. This is a park. Like, it's just a park with some food trucks. I'll probably decorate this more later. But I just made my roundabout, grabbed the ground, lifted it up, made a little round path, and then shoved it back down. Usually this isn't a meteor crash I play with disasters on. But usually the first meteor crash, no matter where it is, I turn it into a park around the crater. Just as kind of like a thing to add character to the town. It's also one of those things that's kind of fun because I'll do it wherever it is, so a lot of times I'll be like way out of the way someplace. Alright, so we're getting ready to get this set up. But first I need my recycling center in a big way. Do I want to put on the main drag? I'll put on the main drag, it's fine. But yeah. We all wait for City Skylines 2. Yep. It's so close. It's the Rual touch in every town. Yeah. But yeah, so let me go ahead and get my stretch here real fast. I'm doing like what are they? Median nerve compression stretches. So stuff to help prevent carpal tunnel. Doing your good old hand stretches. But yeah, generally I spend a lot of time making my towns nicer. You want to go see the whole kids? Yep. To be fair, we don't yet have any parks or any other entertainment for the kids. So, outside of staying at home, the whole is probably the most interesting thing they have to do in town. Which I said is going to make that better. And so let's make that actually better. Where do I want to actually place you? I'll place you here. As a botanical garden? Japanese garden. There, so you got Japanese garden over there. You got Japanese garden over here. We'll start with that. Alright, so now what we're up to is we got a little sliver of usable farmland over here. So I want to start setting that up. Even though typically, the moment I start doing this farmland stuff, the industry in the game makes your traffic wonderful. I'm gonna have to wait a little while longer. The industry in this game likes to really help you with your traffic. Just really make your traffic like just really part of your town. All right. Just load up a whole bunch of trees while we wait for the mine to roll in. Now, the only downside I've run into with the trees is forest fires. The game doesn't really know how to manage them where they're reasonable with this many trees. That even if you get yourself like dozens of the fire helicopters, they just can't handle it. So every so often your entire city burns down. Not really. A good chunk of your city burns down. So that's right, kiddos. When you see an adult flick a cigarette, you scream at them like they've never been screamed at before. They're jeopardizing all of your lives. Alright, so pretty soon I'll have the money we need. Oh yeah, I forgot we had this like weird Stonehenge thing here. Well, I'll keep that. And as per normal, we'll just like run power cables through it. Ancient historical location? Yeah. Definitely want to put some power poles through that. Man, this haze is something. Can I tone that down? Yada yada yada. Yeah. There's just this cloud haze like really over the top. Yeah, the fog is really frustrating. Yeah, it's like I haven't had a city that was this bad, but I haven't done the Boreal tile set very many times. But like, yeah, I'm noticing that's like really kind of fuzzy. So with all this, let's see. We were going here with the industry. So I've got some ground here that isn't fertile, so I'll put that building there. Cool, that's fine. And what we'll do from here. Alright, I haven't run water or power through there. That is actually a problem. I cannot wait till our water and power cables are underneath the road by default without mods. Because that's how it should have been able to be in the first place. Like, I should still be able to, like, run poles, but I shouldn't have to run poles. Do that. We'll do that, and we'll see where we go from there. This is like a weird tiny speck of farming area on the very edge of this, so I'm like, you know what? Sure, we'll put it to work. But it's not gonna be great. So I need a silo. And the next step, smoke room. You look at the forest fires. Hate to rain run, but I ended early so that I could get some sleep. Nice to meet you, though. Well, it's been wonderful. Thank you so much again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. And you have yourself some good sleep. And, yep, I mean, every once in a while, the forest fires will just reset the town. It's fine. Sometimes a town just needs a good reset. Okay. It's good for the soil. I know, right? Yeah, so make all this agriculture here. We won't be able to like get this one maxed out or anything like that. It's just too confined to space. And this is ore, so we'll do that up there. Okay. You potentially see like branching out over here, making our neighborhood in this area. Just the one sewage pipe and how badly it's destroyed the entire water on this side. Oh yeah, I forgot. There is the fish industry. I always forget that's a thing. Let's actually set that up fairly early on. Trying to think of how I want to set this up, because like right now with that roadway it's no good. That side the water is completely ruined. I'd also potentially put it up there somewhere. I'll worry about that when we get there. So farms. And you'll be potatoes. Farms. Cotton. Farms. Corn. Farms. Greenhouse. Okay, so we're getting our little agricultural spot up over here. It'll be inconvenient for everyone trying to get there. Got pears, apples, orange, and greenhouse. Okay. We'll see how much we can build that up. We're gonna be probably pretty limited. I am thinking I'm gonna toss like the fishery like right up here in the end. Just go as far as they can actually build those orchards and everything, and once they can't build them anymore. Okay. Done a bunch of this stuff. Alright, we also have access to another tile. So I could potentially take the tile down here to get that train track. I could also take this tile over here to like complete this island. Let's actually check the resources real fast. That's actually probably a good choice. So if I take this tile over here, we can get sweet oil. I can get oil if we go down here as well. It's actually a good position oil because it's like right on the highway. So I can make this into an industrial area. And then I have like the oil going directly onto the highway without going through the middle of town. I might do that. Let's do that. Let's go zoning. Oh, I can't use it yet. I wonder why it's not flagging that. Okay. Let's get back to expanding this a little bit more. Yeah, so we're right at the point where it's like too steep, can't do more. So we're going to go ahead and knock that off. Go to industries, fish. Okay, and I'm trying to remember for the life of me. Alright, so I have to go... Where's the fish thing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so that won't be amazing, but that's what we're doing for right now. So we're fishing. And we're farming. Industry is booming. Oh, yeah, small animal pasture. So what are you waiting on? You're waiting on crops. That's fine. Okay. Your apples and your pears and all that. So we got a little spot of farming over there, so that's all good. Yeah, so to level up, we have to produce a bunch of stuff and have a bunch of workers. That's fine. So that's going to keep working on there. We're to a point where we're going to end up needing more residential people. The good news is, like, we're making really good money. That is one nice thing about getting the industry up. You get a lot of tax dollars from your industry. Like, a whole lot of tax dollars. Alright. And I do think eventually this industry is just going to go away. We won't have just, like, generic industry. We'll do a lot of this stuff and just try and deal with the traffic. Alright, so where am I putting my next neighborhood? I feel like I could wedge it in this area. Let's plan for this. It's like the input, and that'll be the output. Speaking of which, did I ever get these to be directional? Cool. Alright, so now I can go in here, and we're gonna have a big heckin' neighborhood back here. Oh, that's not what I want. Straight lines are no fun. Okay. And we're just putting this thing out all over the place. It's going to be a particularly large neighborhood. Fairly unreasonably large, too. Okay, so it's a very impractical neighborhood that no one should ever actually live in. But we'll get that sorted out here in a minute. What are you? Just ruined buildings, I guess? Alright. So next thing up is to zone it. Well, not zone it. Make its own little region, so that way I can set it to, you know, have sustainable building and all that. What's your issue? Not enough buyers for products. That's okay. We'll get there. Alright, so let's give that a minute to collect our money back up again before we start running all the water through there. And then we'll get that neighborhood set up. And I have to figure out how we're going to be dealing with the Ivy Hills pollution. Oh, that is really bad. Okay, we have a new priority. Our trash is full. So... Goodbye, a couple industry buildings. We'll start emptying that out. Well, the next one fills up. And we are processing stuff, but I assume we're not processing our garbage at nearly the necessary rate. Yeah, we're nowhere close to it. I'll need way more recycling centers. We should also go to our policies, and we'll say yes to recycling. And recycle plastic. City offers fishing license to citizens in exchange for a small amount of money, increases all residential tax by 5%, reduces citizens' happiness, increases crime by 5%. Excellent. Let's see. Yeah, so it's gonna bite hard into my weekly income. But that will also reduce the amount of garbage collection and all that I need, which will help a lot. Alright, so with this... Okay, I'm just trying to... There we go. Big sweeping areas that we can get. I haven't made the pipes yet. That was a mistake. Mistake that's going to be a pain because I'll probably not have enough money to do it all. We'll see. That's the reason we quickly paused. It doesn't escalate until I'm ready for it. Power's also likely going to be a problem on this one. Okay, so water pipes. Okay. Yep, so building all we can, but I do not have enough money for all of the pipe. And I understand if I wasn't building the pipe in this manner, that it was just like gridding it out, I could save tons and tons and tons of money. But granted, this still looks terrible because I'm not taking the time to like really get in there. Hey, so we have our agriculture's gotten slightly better. Okay, so power's fine for right now. We gotta get ready for power to take a pretty bad dive here. So industrial information. So we gotta double the number of employees-ish. But right now we don't have need for all of that. Got a flour mill, got a cattle shed. Alright, that'll help a little bit. So what I can do with this is urine out. Yep, so now I keep going the same way so there won't be as many conflicts. Before it escalates up to the point that becomes a major concern. Too much slope, that's fine. Alright, so we'll be able to get the flour mill going pretty soon. Okay, and how are we doing on power so far? We're like right on the edge of bad news. We're not particularly near to the next upgrade, so squeeze more of these in here. We'll have to wait for it. Yeah, so good news, considering all the traffic is going through this roundabout, whether it's going from one side of town to the other or whatever, none of the roads are backing up yet. It does seem like it's going pretty efficiently. I don't expect that to last super long, but for the time being, it is okay. We'll probably want to fix that up in a much better way later, but until it starts being an actual problem, we can ignore it a little bit. But the big things we'll do is we'll have this flyover. We'll have this, like, maybe this fly under. That way, any of the traffic that's just trying to get directly across doesn't take the roundabout. So maybe people trying to, like, go to the next path over to it will take it. Okay, it's actually recovering. Alright. So we had the flour mill. Next up is the cattle shed, which it does look like I got enough room to wedge it in over here. And what we'll probably also do is we'll slam some industrial buildings into these gaps where there's just no way to fit those. We can go right down here. Industry. And let's go here also, because that's... That's that, but it doesn't set the industry for all these, I don't believe. Then you go here, and industry, farming. Alright, so we got plenty of trucks moving around. We need more recycling capacity, which is a pretty significant concern. Alright, we'll get it there. Yeah, so the city's been coming along pretty nice so far. We've got our neighborhood up here, it's finally getting built in. We're gonna have to check. I have a feeling we're gonna be pushing our education's capacity pretty badly. Awesome, perfect. So we got nicer roads available now. That's sweet. So city policies, what do we got that's new? Yeah, so we don't have the stuff like that. We'll encourage biking. I don't even believe that costs us anything. Public transit. Right now, I don't have public transit set up yet, so making a policy that improves it doesn't really do anything. Okay, so we got our first geothermal plant, so that'll be a good choice to deal with that soon enough. As far as education works, they're not quite hitting capacity on elementary school. That's community school, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and plug the school right down here. That should help some. We can build a hospital and all that. All right, and I'll get more industry going eventually. So both of you are waiting on crops, while these are also saying there's not enough buyers. Yeah, because this doesn't actually specify that you need flour, like you need wheat. It's just generic crops. Alright. Yeah, and this will be ore up here, so I'll probably do with that is I'll swing this road up this way. Like out... So I could swing it around this way so it connects up there. I could... That's probably the right choice, to swing it up here, put a roundabout there, have that go that way, so most of the trucks go across this way. We'll have some that skirt around the city. Ultimately, I want a route that goes directly to the other highway without going through the main part of the city. But, you know, we're not there yet. Meanwhile, let's go here, trash. A second recycling center. We'll want to spread those out later, so I have like one down here, one up there. That kind of thing to just distribute the load of garbage trucks around the network better. Okay. Yeah, the geothermal will be a big win for us. Because that's what? How many watts are you? 80 megawatts. 1,000 whatever. And that one varies greatly. Yeah, so the geothermal will literally just replace the windmills. So I can just plunk that down over here somewhere, and that'll be perfectly fine. Have like our infrastructure down in this area for right now. Oh, we are hitting the capacity of what our pipes can handle. And right now I can't do a whole lot to make the pollution water any better. Later on we'll be able to do lots and lots of filtering, so it's nowhere near as bad. Oh, you're not even connected to anything either. Like, the water was about... There we go. The water was about done, but yeah, there's that too. Yeah, that's the reason you get the geothermal. It's like, we just had a dip in the wind, and the whole city starts to struggle power-wise. But that's the whole point, is to just keep our power going till I got to geothermal, which is way more consistent and reliable. Okay, so we got our city going well, pretty good so far. We're still working on our agriculture area, expanding it. That'll just continue happening. At the moment, I just need to hold up till I can get our geothermal up and operating. Like, the big negatives I have right now is, if you look at our city vitals, I don't actually have... Sorry. Is there any of these we can... Yeah, so if we look at our city vitals at the moment, I don't actually have... Here, we can take the average health down. Clean up the UI. I don't want to do that. Hey, how's it going?
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
No. No earthquake. Not in the middle of the new neighborhood.
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
Stop shaking so I can fix my egregious problems. Because it destroyed my main water line. Okay, so let's see where we can actually see the topography a little bit. That's not it. You're here somewhere. That's good enough. Yeah, so I got this big crack formed down through here. Earthquakes used to be a huge fear of mine when I was... Even though they don't really happen here. Yeah, I mean, it's like... You can understand, like, why people would be stressed out about earthquakes. You can't do anything about it. Oh, that's cool. That didn't used to be a filter. A destruction filter? So now I can actually see where things were damaged and destroyed. Okay, so first of all... I wish it would actually stay on the proper thing. I need to repair this road. That's deeply upsetting. Oh, no, never mind, we're fine. I was like, why does it want to connect so really weird? And I'll use move it to make that not as awful. Okay, so we've got that. Next up, let's get that water pipe fixed. Okay, so we've got that sorted out. Let's check out the destruction now. So I've got this road set here. Let's go to destruction again. So I repaired all that. Yes, you do have a bunch of trashed buildings all over the place, but the roadways are all fixed. The water is... Where are you disconnected at? Where were you connected at? I guess is the better question. Reconnect. Yeah, so you were connected here. And I realized it's a different section of road. Toggle zoning? Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Okay, that's kind of cool. So you could say, like, don't zone it if you didn't want. I do want them to zone it, so we're going to leave it alone, but if I didn't want it, I could do that. Alright, so that should bring everything back online gradually. I think the best way I want to do this. It goes all the way into that neighborhood. Right now, we'll just plug it in right there. Oh yeah, the only reason we had water trouble is we just had an earthquake cut a big path right through our main water line for the entire upper part here, and like half the city is currently on fire because, you know, earthquakes do that. So we're gonna need to wait a little bit longer for geothermal. We might go negative on our income for a little bit here while everything burns down and the fire department tries desperately to keep up, and you know, typical disaster situations. It's fine. Got a bunch of dead people to deal with. I have a graveyard. Do we have a graveyard? No, it destroyed my graveyard as well. Yeah, so you can see like the really big gash through the middle of the terrain here. There is no escape from disaster, even in death. I know I'm actively trying to work on the power problem. I need 65,000 bucks. The power actually is covered by the windmills, except for when they dip down to nothing. And then they're not covered so well. And then things get bad. But thanks so much for everyone who's been tuning in and all that good stuff. Really appreciate it. So yeah, we had a whole lot of people die there. And I believe the big reason that, like, the biggest contributor to that death, I mean, indirectly would say the earthquake, but more directly, it would be that the earthquake destroyed our water, destroyed our sewage, and lit a whole bunch of fires. And, you know, that's not good for your city. So we are kind of suffering a death wave. Have you added a subway to encourage tourism? No, I'm sorry. We're just not big enough for a subway. We haven't made it yet. And to clarify, we're talking about subway restaurants, not subway as in the underground tunnel that transit people at a meaningful capacity. One way to heal a dying city is erect a Dollar General every 100 feet. I don't know, last I checked, Dollar General itself wasn't doing too hot. Yeah, no, we're nowhere in bad shape. Like we're making 1,300. It's just gonna take a little while for a lot of the damaged infrastructure to get caught up. The big thing is need to save money to get the geothermal online, and then eventually we'll sunset away all the wind turbines. Oh no, that's how you know a city is dying. I misread that. Did I misread that? Are you gonna jump into Skylines 2 when it drops? Oh yeah. I mean, technically I'll be a day or two behind because I'm gonna be at TwitchCon and it drops the day after TwitchCon, so you know, I'm gonna be doing the whole thing where I'm in planes. But as soon as I land back home, the next stream will be City Skylines 2. Okay, so nothing's on fire anymore. We do have some issues with not enough jails and all that kind of stuff, but we'll get there. Not a whole lot, Elgoso. Nothing's popping. Some things are shaking. Stream from 35,000 feet. Oh man, the joke is that rural towns have more dollar stores per population than elsewhere. Yeah, no, I mean I believe it. When like the town I came into before the one I'm in, it wasn't tiny, but it was definitely a lower population of the two. What is going on that you were like exploding in crime over here all of a sudden? I mean, I do probably need a bigger police department, but that has to wait because I need fire first. I mean, now what we have is we have a full prison, like a full cells kind of here. So I'm gonna need to. It's not me. I'm doing all the crime over there. That's fair. What is with the sudden explosion in crime? You grew up in rural Oklahoma? It only took just moving to Oklahoma. Just moving to Oklahoma to feel like I escaped prison. You grew up in Oklahoma. It only took just moving to OKC. Oh, Oklahoma City. To feel like I had just escaped prison. Gotcha. Sorry, it took me a moment to catch the abbreviation. Nah, I won't say the city in the middle because it's too small kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's all good. But so I moved from just outside Detroit City into this really it's like when I say tiny, it's not tiny tiny. Like we're not talking a couple hundred people tiny, but it was relatively tiny. For a kid slash teenager, there was absolutely nothing to do. So it felt like I went from Detroit into like what almost felt like a prison, and then when I finally got out of that town to like, you know, an actual city, not like city like New York or whatever, but to a city where the population, a city big enough that you don't have to worry about everyone recognizing you when you walk around. That felt like freedom because like you didn't have to worry about like who was constantly like telling who about what about you, like because they saw you, you know, did you see that person went to the grocery store and they bought that? Like the number of people I knew in this small town who got outed because the local person at the Walgreens told their parents that they were buying things to make sure that they were safe with certain adult activities. The number of people who got outed by that was pretty messed up. And it was just one of those things like, don't tell people about that. Like, you want them to buy those things if they're gonna be doing that. Okay. Like, oh, growing up in a small town, there was something to do. That's why high school pregnancy was so high. We did expand the high school's daycare twice while was it twice or 3 times while I was there? It got much bigger while I was there. Like, just the number of people having kids. They were buying high visor vests for driving forklifts. Yeah, exactly, Cookie. It was like, like everyone, not everyone, a lot of people knew each other, so people would like rat each other out on that. And it's like, don't do that. It's like, sure, you could agree or disagree on whether or not kids should be doing it, like what age is appropriate to do that and all that. But if they are going to do it, and trust me, they're going to do it, the least you want them to do is at least take precautions. Because the alternative ratting them out means now they do it behind your back and they don't get the precautions. Which is way worse. Why didn't the people who just got ratted out? I don't think they knew right away. Like, that's the whole thing. The person was playing it all cool, and then, you know, their parents would figure out, and of course the parents didn't tell them where they figured it out from. They got a person to buy a deluxe pack and slam it down on the belt and make an uncomfortable eye contact the entire time. Sir, you need to leave. Excuse me, sir. This is not okay. We need you to leave. Like, the buying of the goods is fine. The approach and how you're buying it is making the staff very uncomfortable. So we're gonna need you to take your business someplace else. All right, so we finally got the geothermal online. So its upkeep is 1,000. And while the upkeep of these is relatively low, they kind of suck. So we're getting rid of the really crap wind turbines. And bridging this. I got these ones over here. They're a bit better. But also, their services are no longer needed. I was wrong, their services were actually needed. We can probably fix this with policy, can't we? Oop. Power usage. Okay. All better in a couple of seconds. Alright, so we're gonna need a second geothermal. Because the reason I want to switch from the wind turbines to geothermal is the wind turbines, they kind of go up and down on how much power they produce. In the game, which is also true of real life. Why are you so far in the negatives all of a sudden? What? Oh, right, because the power consumption policy. That'd do it. Yeah, so power consumption policy is straight out. Get it out of here. We don't want it. I forgot how incredibly ridiculous that policy is. But does mean I can't really build anything else. My god. Why are we having such a huge crime wave? Like, these roads are accessible, right? Like, I didn't miss something? Yeah, no, you're fully reachable. I mean, the big problem is our police department is full now. I believe Rual has replaced with an imposter. He hasn't built a... excuse me? I have not built any retention ponds? Excuse me? Sir. Sir. There are retention ponds, thank you. Well, so I had a retention pond here, but then I put a big chunk right through the middle of it. Okay, so we're gonna approach this differently, because this is gonna kill us financially if we don't. I don't like taking loans because it could backfire so badly. We're getting our second geothermal online. And with that, our power is super solved. Because if we don't do that, everyone's going to start moving out of town. The other thing, can I get more police in here? Now they're taking the other loan, and I don't really want to go there. Put the police department right here. Okay. Your retention pond? Oh no. That's not what you want to hear. That hurts people's feelings. All right. So hopefully we start seeing like crime come down real fast. Because right now our money is not actually in that great of shape. At least we've stabilized our power for the moment. So we do also need more garbage processing power, which is, again, yet another thing I didn't really want to have to deal with. But, you know, it is what it is. Alright. Yeah, so hopefully they get that crime rate down pretty quick. Because that's probably hurting us. Money is coming back up. Our high school availability is slightly less than adequate. And our garbage processing is slightly
Warning.
less than that.
Experts predict an earthquake could hit the
No.
area soon.
Stop it. I said no. No. Go ahead and get the... Oh, I can't get the earthquake sensor yet. Oh, you can... You want a quake down there?
An earthquake is occurring.
Yeah, that's
Don't
fine.
panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
Please displace less water. Okay. We got a mini tidal wave. Gonna go and slap some of the edges of town. Probably won't do much damage, really. I got another big chunk into the ground over there. Okay, now it looks like we're starting to get the crime down. New River, yeah. Little by little, it's getting better. Oh no. Why is the fishing pier on fire? Don't do that. We're not getting traffic, but it seems like we're just not getting people where they need to go to deal with a lot of these problems fast enough. So we're getting all that sorted out. Things are looking pretty good over here. Alright. We'll lose all our sushi. Yeah, it burned down. But that's okay, we can rebuild. Alright, so we need more industry jobs. We got more agriculture stuff going on up there. The jails available are almost maxed. We are starting to hit the point that we just don't have enough high school capacity, which we're working on. And congratulations, we're now at Tier 3 agriculture. Ooh, fancy. That means we can make a milking parlor. Seems to be the only big thing. Let's increase the work efficiency of workers in the industrial area. Each building will increase the workers' efficiency by 5% up to 100%. Building need to be placed inside the area. That's fair enough. Okay. Put down one of those. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I just realized, I'm not gonna say because I deliberately don't call out names of follows just in case, you know, individuals don't want their names. But that name is very appropriate for the name of the city. Now it's also fine if you would be like, yo, I was the one who followed. That's totally fine as well. I just give people a chance to stay anonymous if they want to be anonymous. But if you didn't catch the name, the person who just followed, the name of our city is Smogberg. So, just by happenstance, I will simply say the person's name started with smog. Just by random chance. All right. At the moment, we're basically waiting on money to roll in so we can, you know, work on our next expansion. Eventually, Ivy Hill goes away. We do need more garbage processing. Which is 16,000. You didn't see the name either? That was the reason when I saw the name was like, oh, this is pretty fun. Yeah, we're doing an industrial style town. We're still getting warmed up kind of thing. So right now I just got this little bit of farm going on up here. This will all be iron, we'll ore up here. I've got some oil down there. We'll get it going. But it's gonna take a little bit to get there.
Astrologists report that a devastating meteor
Stop.
will strike the city in the near future. Residents should seek shelter immediately if any is available.
City Skylines is like, burn.
A meteor strike has occurred. Avoid the impact site and head to shelter if any is available.
Oh yeah, doesn't that add ore to the map? I'm trying to remember. No, it does not. I'm just right. Smo was your first band name? Gotcha. New park? Yeah, usually I'll make that into a park. It's a shame it wasn't just a little bit deeper and close to the edge there. That, like, Smog was the first band name? Yeah. Just that we have, like, a little lake there kind of thing. Alright, so another recycling center. They're emptying you out again. You could dig it out and refill it. Nobody would know. Look away, chat. It actually seems to be kind of retaining the water a little bit. I'll see if it keeps a little dribble of water in there. If it does, then great. If not, we'll tinker with it. All right. No, it slowed down time again when that happened. So the crime seems to be being handled finally. Let's see. Supposedly I'm using 64 out of 40 jails. I don't really know how that works. But that's apparently the way it's working at the moment. So sure, that's certainly definitely a thing that makes sense. Meanwhile, we can probably go in here and start upgrading some of these roads. Let's see, 4-lane with sidewalks and trees. Making it a bit nicer than what we've already got. Okay. Stacking the prisoners vertically. Yep. It sometimes is what happens. Okay, so I got all those upgraded to be a bit nicer in the way of roads. Oh yeah, I forgot. We had a botanical garden, or Japanese garden here. We never built anything over here in this area, so we probably should get that set up with some kind of park. Help bump up the property values a little bit here. That way our taxes can be better. Hi. Why am I being viciously attacked?
You taste like purple.
It smells like taxes.
Hi, Elgaso. Hi, Calaria Star. Yeah, it's because he's nummy. Hi.
You're silly.
You're silly. Hi, Pupa. Hi, sentient cookie.
Do you want to live in Smogberg?
No.
We have that
Mm.
and farming.
Your town doesn't look nice.
What do you mean it doesn't look... Well, I mean, other than the fire back there, that actually doesn't look great, but...
It's raining and smoggy. That's quite the feat, Huppy.
Doesn't this look like a nice area?
It's very windy. Those trees are really moving.
Don't worry about the fire.
Like, those trees are moving a lot.
Or the collapsed building.
Is this a hurricane?
No.
Why are trees moving so much?
This is what they do. They just jam. And don't worry about the giant crack in the ground that's there.
Okay.
And also... here.
Okay.
It's fine. Or the crater up here.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing's going wrong in the city. It's a nice, quiet community. Or the fact that the water on this whole side of the town is a little less pleasant than the water on that side. Mostly.
The oil rig? Oh, you're dumping stuff into it.
Hey, it has to go somewhere. I mean, it could be worse. That's not because it's dirt. There's a general haze in the area where the plant life has given up.
It's the chocolate water. Yeah, that does look like something Augustus Gloop would love. And me!
Well, on the plus side, we draw our water from this side.
That's good.
Versus dumping it out that side.
Why does... Hi, Codename Insanity. Why does everyone villainize Augustus Gloop? He just wanted chocolate. It literally was a tour of a chocolate factory. And then they're all like, ha, he's fat. He's stuck in a tube. I'm like, that's so mean.
Because the guy just wanted to eat chocolate.
Like, no.
Okay, we'll set up a milking parlor.
I'm like, I feel for you, Augustus. I get you. Chocolate water, right? That chocolate waterfall and chocolate river look great. Except for all the contamination, all the people, but you know.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
the boat.
yeah, it's like supposedly this is, you know, all of these things are like the actual factory where food is being produced, that they're just walking people around, they're just grabbing stuff, shoving in their mouth. No any sanitation whatsoever.
No
like
hairnets.
no hairnets, no face coverings, no gloves. Like half of the girls have like all sorts of stuff in their hair. Yup. Versus if you go to like an actual chocolate factory, like everyone's got like hairnets, they've got like the gloves on and all that. They're constantly cleaning and sanitizing everything.
You're not being mean to Augustus. Dreams do come true. Yeah. I think it was dangerous on purpose. Yeah. It was. Willy Wonka was kind of. As in massively. Also, okay, it depends on which version it is, but the old one with like Gene Wilder, like what's his name? Charlie drank the fizzy lifting drink. He should have gotten killed by that man, just like all the other kids. Why did he inherit the factory? He did bad too. He just was smart enough to burp and not die. But he did bad too. There were no grates or anything in that chocolate river section too. Facts. Imagine how many Oompa Loompas would get sucked out that thing on a daily basis if that was regular procedure. Is there lore for the taps? Chocolate factory is just soft for kids. It's true.
I mean,
it's true. When I was a kid, when Violet turned into a blueberry, I literally couldn't watch it. Like, it terrified me. I would close my eyes and I would cover my ears and I would like not look at it. Like, it terrified me as a kid when she turned into a blueberry. Remember how mad Willy Wonka was that Grandpa and Charlie didn't get turned into meat confetti by the ceiling fan? He wanted those people to die. That's right, because they drank the fizzy lifting drink. And there's not really lore for the taps. I came in here one day and someone put it for some reason, I don't know, and I started doing this, and then it just became a thing.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Wait, you were terrified by the blueberry and not the nightmare tunnel boat ride? No, actually, as a kid, I did not mind the nightmare tunnel boat ride. I liked that part. I liked when he was like, "There's no way of knowing which direction we are going." I was like, ah! But then she turned into a blueberry, and I was like, ah! So I was the softer version.
Yeah, at least Saw leaves children alone.
Yeah, that's true.
So I was like, whoa. We only go after adults. These people consent. I mean, they didn't.
Yeah.
They went into this as adults.
Yep.
They definitely did not consent to it at all.
No. They were adults. I can't think of any. It's been, okay, feel free to correct me. It's been a long time since I watched the movies, but I don't remember any kid victims offhand in any of the Saw movies. Yeah, but yeah, those Willy Wonka kids. Mm-hmm. It's even like worse in the book too, because like there. Well, actually, it's portrayed in the Johnny Depp version, where like Mike TV, like when he gets shrunk, they're like, "Oh, we'll just stretch him back out," and then when he leaves, he's like a stretchy, thin freak thing because he got stretched back out to be normal size. Did you ever see the tweet with the screenshot from Saw that showed the guy's watch, said it was September 10th, 2001, and said, like, these guys are gonna have a rough one tomorrow, too? Oh, I forgot about that, but now that you mention it, I think I did see that. That's awful.
There is no happiness here.
No.
Okay. And soon we'll open a fishing cannery.
No, he ain't no Romeo, but he's my lovin' one-man show. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, we're just DMCA'd.
Let's hear it for the boy. Right?
Oh.
Let's give the boy a... I don't know the words.
Give the boy a chance.
Chance.
I said, I'm sitting here like, I don't know this one. I just immediately correct the lyrics.
You know, you gotta understand. Oh, he ain't no Romeo, but he's my loving one-man show. Oh, 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 oh. Let's hear it for the boy. Come on, that was good.
Mhm. I have a very silly wife.
Yo, your wife is super squarious. Whoa, look at you. How the road... Whoa! How can you just move a road like that?
There's a mod because otherwise it's impossible to get the roads to do what you want.
Oh, a mod. It's not...
It's called Move It.
That's not fair. That's cheating.
Well, I mean, the problem is the road construction tools in City Skylines in this version are not great. But the new one comes out like near the end of the month, and it's gonna be so much better. It better be so much better.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'm good at the moment.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
How
The
can you
Forest
possibly love me
Service
more than
has
pizza?
stated that there is a risk of an imminent forest fire in the area. Residents are advised to avoid forested areas. A forest fire is raging in the area. Leave campsites and tree houses immediately.
No, I don't want to leave the treehouse. You can't make me. I gotta wait till the water moves. Don't make me leave the treehouse. Japanese garden isn't doing too good there. The dire pain of having singing away? Oh no, it's totally fine. That doesn't bother me. The crime wave turned into a heat wave. A little bit. Looks like we actually have gotten ahead of this. We got the one fire left here, but we don't have all the trees still burning down.
A forest fire is raging in the area. Leave campsites and tree houses immediately.
The alarm voice is trying to take away our fun. Like, no more tree houses. All the children disliked this. Alright, so at the moment, all of those are doing good, all those are doing good. High school availability is doing fine. So it seems like we're doing okay on everything. We've got a positive budget. And we are continuing to expand our industry a little bit, which is going slowly, but we're getting there. One thing we can do... They don't want them going out and building along here, because that can cause traffic problems. Like that's meant to be like no one turns off of this like in random business. I mean, I say that as these are here, which is probably not good. Okay. Yeah, so we've got all the people doing the fishing out there. We've got the people doing fish farming here. We are now canning the fish. What is our prison capacity? Continuing to go up. I'm really surprised by how bad that's going. So I'm closing both those to deliberately try and flood all of the pollution into these till they're full, and then we'll open them back up to try and just like empty this all out kind of thing. All right. Jim going, I am wifey, love me and despair. You still need more crops. Okay. Alright, so the big town is there. We have now the ability to open a college. We have the walkable area. We can do high density now. So now it's in our fantastic, wonderful little town. Starts to get, absolutely ridiculous. Alright. Vivid just put a video out for industrial traffic. Oh yeah, so I'm not gonna be checking a bunch of videos on how to play like kind of thing. I've played a whole bunch. It's been a while, but it's not that I don't check out videos on YouTube. I actually do. It's just one of those things that like I gotta check those out off stream if I do at all, and I probably won't because as a content creator, I end up spending so much time having to edit videos and do research on different games that it might be worth playing and all that kind of stuff. It really doesn't leave me much time for just, casual viewing kind of thing. Alright, so I don't think we upgrade those. They won't work well. Alright. I watch YouTubes, but actually don't. I watch some. That's the thing. It's kind of like, if it's just like a how-to video or something like that, I usually will only do it if it's something that I'm looking to try and do specifically. And that's the thing. Generally speaking, stuff that's like guides to playing games and that kind of stuff, I tend to avoid. Just in general. But stuff like vanilla traffic is a challenge. Yep. No, I'm aware. Like, right now we're dealing with that. The next thing I would do is I'd make a flyover or fly under kind of thing for these to only have they take the roundabout to, like, go for the other areas. Like, I haven't hooked up my other highway connection yet. Alright, so I've got a bunch of money. Okay, so we do have the better geothermal. So you produce 240... versus you produce 80. So literally it's like these, but just better. So what we'll end up doing is, once I have enough money, is I'm going to delete the existing geothermal and go straight for the solar updraft tower. Because that is just, like, solar updraft tower is one of the best ones in the game. You take and leave some advice? Yeah. Not thinking, don't get me wrong, like, you sit there and you put a lot of effort into figuring out how the traffic works and all that. Okay, so pause that. Okay. So with that, our power should be in great shape. We've reduced our... Well, we haven't technically reduced our costs. We're going to reduce our costs for the net... Like, the moment we have to make another power plant. Like, we're good there. I'm not worried about that. So with the water, I'm not really going to change anything yet. We don't have anything new I care about with the garbage disposal that much. There's the incinerator. which does turn pollution into power, but it's not a great time. We haven't unlocked the crematorium yet. That's not for a bit yet. We do have the earthquake sensor thing. So that'll put all of that in an earthquake sensor. We don't have a small bank. We'll have a stock exchange. I don't remember. Oh, wasn't stock exchange under one of these? Yeah. I haven't done much with that. I know that's another one you can absolutely abuse in this game. Is they have a whole thing around that where you could just the in-game, let's see, in-game traffic routes view is helpful, as it is confusion. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the one. So you do something like this, you're like, why is this road so busy? Let me grab a car. Why is this road so busy? Oh, people are scattered everywhere. You can get yourself down in the weeds of where you're just chasing, like you're chasing problems that don't exist, kind of thing. Like you're just not chasing the right things. All right, so we can build the college now. Oh, did we also unlock more land? We did. So we've got the oil down here. So let's look real fast. So I don't think it would take the time to try and farm that. That's just really kind of meh. So maybe this shows up as like our university campus / more residential over on that island. That'll be ore. We've got oil down here. We're already doing farming here. I haven't set up any lumber yet. We'll do that eventually. I was looking for a place to shove a college campus, so I think we'll move that way. Alright, in the meantime, let's grab this for the region up here, because this is going to be ore. So we'll do industry, ore industry. Okay, so that'll be one of the other ones we do. Now, what's going to end up happening is where we've got this nice, low-density housing. Well, you see here, we looked at the current housing demands and decided this is the leave it part. A bit of info. So we look at this, we're like, oh, you know, this is a nice little neighborhood, Sheffield Hills. Needs more verticality. Just like having the roads go over each other. Yeah, no, we'll probably mess with that. So what has happened is we've decided that Sheffield here, this neighborhood, it's just really not worth having it the way it is. It's not really doing it for us. That we have decided we need to make this way more lucrative for ourselves. So what we're gonna end up doing is now, do we want to do wall-to-wall residential, or do we want to go to the higher density? I mean, we could probably do both. So what we're going to do here is, suddenly we have decided we're going to rezone this whole area. It's not really meeting what we want anymore. We're going to go in here as well, and we're going to upscale these roads. Oh, and I need you to be one way in, one way out. Alright, and we can go back to... Where's that road? Is that the one? Yeah, so you have 2-lane roads with median streets and bicycle lanes. But no sidewalk? It's fine. Okay, but what we're going to do here is we're going to grab you. And extend that a little bit. And then with that, it's no longer going to be low density. The whole neighborhood's going. It's become a higher density area. Because we're dealing with these islands, I don't want to like sit there and try and spread the population through the islands at like a very small one. Alright, so the other thing I need to do is I need to go to the power lines here. Because this is just like bisecting part of the neighborhood. Now I can go over here with the... Up there, we can unpause. Actually, I lied. We can't unpause. We want to go regions. I'm thinking instead of renewable, we're going to do those. The buildings are going to get bigger and more unreasonable. We're going to start having population density problems like traffic and all that. It'll be great. Nothing will possibly go wrong with any of those things. And so very quickly, our nice little small town is going to start building up in density. They're getting a bunch of like fancy apartment buildings and all that. We'll get there. And meanwhile, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to slow down the game for a minute because I need to use the heckin' restroom. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put the camera like this so you can kind of watch it move around. I'm going to use the restroom real fast, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a moment. And the town is nice. Alright, so jail availability is still not where we want it. Alright. Hmm. Trying to think of a good place for where to put. It's fine. I'll worry about that later. All right. Well, that's on fire. That's not what you want right away. The other thing I could do. Go right here. And let's also pop in for the commercial. And mush them together. Okay, so we're also going to end up starting to build in like some offices and all that to go with the rest of our industry. That's a big thing that need to expand the industry as well. So I think that one had ore on it as well. So we make this one go up to where the college campus will be, which will be up here. We can start getting higher education going on. All right. I'm gonna have to make a prison though. With the we seem to be dealing with so much crime. All right. Okay. You can't beat him, join him. Alright. I just try to decide, like, I think this road goes up this way, and then we put a road off, like, through here to deal with the ore. So we have the connection to the expressway over there. Then this one will just run over here to the college campus. Swing a little bit on the money side. Painting a city. Yep. We can get just a little bit more people in here. Okay, can put a little bit more over there to get just a bit more in here. Bob Ross would be proud. Hey, Ultrasaurus, how's it going? Let me ask you an important question. Is your stream title Pinky and the Brain quote? If it is, not deliberately. I don't think it is. But go ahead, gonna get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole bunch of simulation games and that kind of stuff. Been playing some RimWorld lately. Also been playing some Mechanic Simulator 2021. I saw you doing an oil change in that one. Just lurking. Plays stuff like SnowRunner and all that kind of good stuff. Pinky usually says, "Oh no, Pinky wasn't it Narf or whatever it was saying. But yeah, no, it's where did I get that from? There was something where it's like, we start now. NAUGHGHGH. But yeah, Pinging Brain is excellent, but it was not intended on being Pinging the Brain. Yeah, it was Narf. He'd also say like point and like a couple other things. I mean, it's Pinky the Brain. It's awesome it's awesome no matter what it says. And we will make you corn just because. What does now mean? It's like imminent, currently, actively. It's just a deliberate misspelling of NAW or NOW. So farm maintenance, clothing factory, large barn, and a slaughterhouse. And I think that's all we're really fitting in there. That's kind of mashed in there real tight. We didn't have a whole lot of room to do farming, Han. Like, I can move more stuff to the other side of the road, but eh. But I know. I lurk sometimes with Ultrasaurus. Definitely a great content creator worth checking out. We have a bunch of dead people. Good old death waves. All right. Oh, right. We're waiting to build a prison. That's right. Because I have too many people for my jail, like for my cops to keep them in the jail cells. So I got to deal with that. Because just a revolving door where we arrest someone and kick them right back out the other side. I usually don't have to build a jail, which is like this city has been like weirdly high on crime, and I don't really know why, but you know, it's whatever. Okay. I gotta actually, like, hook up water. The prison was like, what? I remember something ridiculous expensive. Yeah, 120,000 with an upkeep of 2,400. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it's kind of going to be a bummer because I'm doing TwitchCon, which I'm absolutely super hyped about. But I think, like, the, if I remember correctly, isn't it the day after TwitchCon that City Skylines 2 drops, which means I'm going to get caught in transit when it drops? And that's just what's going to be. But I'm excited to play as soon as I'm able to get home. Like, it's one of those ones that, like, usually have to be kind of strategic about what games you play and all that. I'm like, I don't care, I'm playing it. There's room for ignoring strategy. Every once in a while, you guys gotta play stuff for you.
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
I don't like that. I don't like that. That looks like a bad time. Well, goodbye, large section of industrial block. Hopefully not my solar updraft tower. Red is good, right? Yeah, red is fine. That's fine. How's it going tonight? It's going good. Been chilling, having a good time. Started stream a little late, just stuff going on, and was like, I don't know what to do. And so we played some American Truck Simulator. And then we put up a vote for City Skylines.
If you are in the affected area.
I've debated whether it's going to do a second vote, because normally I do my vote at 9 o'clock. We did a vote like 1 hour into stream. And so I'm debating if I was going to do another switch, like somewhere during stream. I haven't decided yet. Okay, so that is what we refer to as suboptimal. What? Okay, we go here. Fix that road. Let's turn on our damaged thing. It's weird that's way over there there's damage. Alright, so now what we could do is this one doesn't need to have all the sidewalks and all that because this is not going to be a pedestrian area. Oh, one way, do that, do this. And now I can grab you and do this. Turn around. Grab move it tool. Okay, so we got damage on the roads over here. Oh, I move a tool up. I was like, why is it being weird? That's happens. You have stuff up. Alright, so everything lost water because of this connection, but we've already restored. I just haven't unpaused yet. Yeah, so that wasn't that bad. And now I've got a cool little bridge here. There's been so many earthquakes on this map. Like, it's just getting the zigzag. Like, got over here. Got the one down there. Got the one down here. Oh, that's right. Half of this area is still not present. Go ahead and fix that. And we can go to industry and say, yep. You turn disasters off because of how destructive earthquakes were getting. Yeah, normally, and it's been a while since I played, normally I don't have too much problem with earthquakes. Like, you know, every once in a while they'll, like, put a little bit of damage on the map, but, like, I kind of like the little bits of, like, craters and that. Like, usually what I'll do is my first crater, I'll build a park around it. So this isn't actually a crater here, but I'll usually do something like that. I'll build, like, a little park around it, put some lamps and, you know, some seating and all that kind of stuff. But, maybe it's just the tile I chose, because normally I don't run into much in the earthquakes. I get a decent number of meteor strikes. The tsunamis are the ones I really worry about. I've had so very many maps that's like, how would you like your entire city leveled by a tsunami? It's like, thanks, game. I appreciate you. Oh, you destroyed my... You work with it? Yeah, I try to include a lot of damage. Like, you'll notice I'm not filling in the cracks that the earthquakes cause. I'll usually just try and keep it on the map to kind of, you know, give it texture, give it stuff. Because one of the things I found with City Skylines is, if you just look at, like, area I haven't disturbed, I mean, this isn't too bad because of trees, but it's just, like, solid and plasticky looking. You know, you got a little bit of ridge here, you got this. It's one of the reasons why when you look over at the parts of the thing like I customized, like, you're gonna see I do lots of elevation to make, like, retention ponds, even though they don't actually do anything in City Skylines. We put entirely too many trees in here, because to me, other than the many flashing icons here alerting me that everything is awful, that looks like a real city. Versus, like, without doing that, a lot of times it's you kind of look. You look at, like, the, you look at the ground, it's just, like, perfectly smooth and pristine, and you're just like, eh. Like, don't get me wrong, you can absolutely get your ground completely ruined where it's just this big chaos, like too much of a noise map kind of thing, which is I'm assuming what happens with too many earthquakes. Because I could absolutely see how that happens. That's not what I'm looking for. There's one. One down here somewhere. That'll give me all the elevations and such. It's fine, whatever. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, I like to make like the retention ponds and all that kind of stuff. I do that in every city, and like I said, it does nothing in City Skylines. It doesn't help with tsunamis. There's not really the idea of like rain causing flooding and all that. So you're doing it 100% just for aesthetics. And you're actually like giving up buildable space to do it as well. But I've always enjoyed, like, you also notice I don't do grids. I kind of like zigzag it out a lot more. Like this is kind of what you see in like U.S. suburbia, is stuff like this. You might have like not roundabouts, but cul-de-sacs and everything. But it's just the whole idea is just, you know, areas like little bits of growth in between. When you get to like the bigger cities, they'll start like gridding them out real tight and everything. But I don't know, it's just something to make it interesting. So I still have need of a prison. But yeah, so if we look at, like, we've got this little retention pond in between here with all the trees around, and our one back there. And this is actually, like, when you look at the way designing of houses are, not the building shape, but, like, the retention ponds everywhere. That's what we do in Florida because we desperately want to retain the water when we have rain and all that. Because it takes a long time for water to get into our aquifers. So we want to hold the water for as long as possible to give it all the chance we can to let it slowly seep into the ground to replenish our aquifers. And so, like, it gives it character. Because there are places in the world where the ground is, like, super flat. Can you make a small tour of your city? So, I mean, right now all we have is our city we have our main route in. So we have our highway in, drops in. We got like a little park thing going on here, complete with a couple of, you know, food truck kind of things. Not a whole lot going on there. That isn't actually a meter strike that I just made myself. We've got a little neighborhood over here that is now going to be our high density is just starting to move into the area. And then when we go over here, this is more like the thinned out population. Man, like all the houses are empty and there's just a giant death wave happening. We've got like a little bit of suburbia going on here. I'm trying to think of an abstract imagery of metal mana and hit artistic block. Like, I mean, people are welcome to answer that, all that. I have no idea. Then we got like one large suburb over here. Over here is like the initial industry / trash / infrastructure stuff we've got going on here. Now, you follow the highway over here to the west. We've got some fisheries. We've got a whole bunch of farm stuff going on over here. So that's all good. And that's really all we have at the moment. We have our sewage out, water intake. Parks. I do have some Japanese gardens here and there. I am under on the number of parks I have. Like right now we're dealing with a giant death wave. It's just, we're reaching the point that I had like a lot of growth at once after an event that it's just people getting old. So that's a problem. The other thing is I need to get that prison going so that we don't have this endless crime wave going on because everyone just gets put in jail and pops right back out. And I actually do need more parks because if we look at my land value, which should be up here. Like, we got a couple little pockets of area that's starting to get okay-ish. But generally speaking, a big part of it right now is because of all the empty houses that suddenly happened. Which are still turning a profit. Oh, you know what it is? I put all this high density housing in. And those are all like the little houses that are in lower quality areas. So I need to expand my industry. Place looks nice. I'm considering moving in. What do you think the monthly rent? Well, it just so happens it's really cheap right now considering there's abandoned houses everywhere. So, you know, you can get yourself a nice place to stay at a very low rate. Buyer's market. Prime looks like Chicago. I mean, like any other city. Chicago, last I remember, Chicago's crime rate was actually not that high compared to other major cities. It's just any ridiculously highly populated area. It's very affordable. Cop goes screaming down the street. Alright. Isn't St. Louis the most dangerous city in the US? I don't remember. Like, I remember once upon a time, like, you had, once upon a time, Detroit was, like, the big crime place in the US. And they put a ridiculous amount of effort into bringing that down. And then after that, it was, I think Orlando got up there to, like, it was one of those ones where it had, like, the highest crime rate very briefly, and this is going back, like, 8 years or whatever. But it was all, like, petty crime. It was, like, next to nothing but petty crime. And it's just, like, you know, big tourist hub, lots of thing. No, Darkstrider, that's what a lot of, like, political things will say is, like, the worst when it comes to crime rates and all that. I know it's like it's got a high crime rate, but it's like the high crime rate comparable to almost every major city. Anytime you have like a high concentration of people, like you'll have the numbers and all that. Reminds me of the time I was looking at houses and I was in this diver and the agent was trying so hard when it appeared to here in the back window. Looked like we woke up the guy as like, good try, bud, but this is a nope. I mean, there's more crooks and thieves in Washington, D.C. per person than AR City. You got multiple buildings. I see what you did there. Yeah, as shown in the documentary of RoboCop. Like, don't get me wrong, Chicago has crime. But it's like major cities generally do. Yeah, no, I'm originally from the Detroit area. So it was weird after seeing like the economy, like the recession happened, that the population literally dropped to something like 1/7 or whatever it was previously. Like just that many people just noped out because it was all like it was built primarily around the automotive tech sector or the automotive sector, and then slightly less on the on finance. Yeah. So I'm waiting for a lot of this to catch up. Oh, I see what happened. The earthquake destroyed our graveyard. Again. I was like, man, we are just not handling these dead very well. That'll do it. Isn't there a lot of biotech stuff in Detroit now? I actually have no idea. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, people exaggerate how bad Chicago is. Like, Chicago is nowhere near as bad as it is presented. Like, you can make the statistics in any major city look scary. If you go by, like, the per capita versus, like, totals and all that, the totals look terrifying. But then you go by the per capita, like, well, right, there's so many people here. But per capita's not that bad. Compared to other major cities and all that. And again, I'm not saying there's no crime there or anything like that. Yeah, so we're in bad shape because the death wave continued because the graveyard wasn't picking up the dead. And we also need more jobs. Detroit is thriving? I mean, that would be good, because like I said, right when the recession happened, like the housing market crash, the automotive industry got hit hard, and that just really punched Detroit in a bad way. Because it was like it was so heavily built around just one industry that when that industry was having a tough time, Detroit was having a tough time. So I gotta let this ride for a little bit to recover. All right, no problem. Thank you for looking. I appreciate it. It was good to have you around. If you want a bad city, Gary, Indiana is probably consistently worse. I have no idea. I mean, other than it's in Indiana, I have no idea about that. The low cost of buildings is appealing? Yeah. Well, yeah. People, where do we think Gary went after he got out of the vault? I'm still amused that we had like discussions around Fancy Gap, Virginia earlier, which for those, if people have seen like the booming growth that that city's had, it's at a wonderful 67 population. There are no units required. There's no Ks or thousands or anything. It's 67 as in 2 digits. It's a quiet little place. They have a barbecue place. Be careful eating there. Not because crime, but because health inspection probably would not go well. It may surprise you to know that there were both people and places named Gary before Fallout series existed. I don't know. Are you sure? I feel like that would originate with Fallout. There's definitely no Garys I can think of that predate that. Other than like many that I actually personally know a lot of Garys that predate that. Page up. There we go. I thought Gary was a snail. Well, no, that's just wrong. Why would you name why would you name a snail Gary when you have the opportunity to name your snail something like Turbo or Bolt? Oh yeah. Pyrite would be a good one. It's very crystalline. Like, so there's 2 types of pyrite. There's one that comes out in squares and one that comes out in, was it octahedrons? So you'll look, there's what was it, Mexican pyrite, and I don't remember the other one. It's basically there's the same mineral, but because of differences in the environments they develop in, the crystalline structure is a little different. So it's kind of cool. For those who don't know what pyrite is, that's fool's gold. Which, it's called fool's gold, and I look at that and go, how would anyone ever think that's gold? Because Gary is his name? Yeah. Name of sale Speedy. What the heck is an octahedron? It's a geometric shape with 8 sides. Hence fool's gold, because only fools... I mean, I guess that's fair, actually. That is a fair point. Like, I look at it, like, gold is, like... It's not crystalline, typically. It's like... very, I don't know how you describe it. Give an example. It's a geometric shape, Darkstrider. Octahedron is literally a shape. But it's a 3-dimensional shape, so it's like polygon. It's if you take 8 sides and you make it into a geometric shape, it's an octahedron. Also, pyrite is pretty. Yeah, it's got more of a bronze color though. Typically, more of a it's like a shiny brown, like a coppery color. Are 100-sided dice a thing? I can only imagine. Well, no. So a stop sign is flat. So that's the catch. A stop sign is effectively, like, the shape is effectively a 2-dimensional shape. Like, yes, I understand it's actually got depth and all that. A golden egg is more like a flake that a crystalline structure when raw. Yeah. Like, it's just not crystalline. And more like balls of dice. Yeah, like, it's a very rough shape. If you just here. So if we show the screen real fast, that's an octahedron. It's an 8-sided shape. It's just geometry that's 8-sided. So it's like kind of like a diamond shape, but you know there's it's depth. So that's an octahedron is. It's just a geometric shape. Like if you had an 8-sided dice and it's not rigged, it'd be an octahedron. If it's rigged, where one side's giant and the other one, then it gets complicated. Was there resources here? Oh yeah, no, there was like it was like really poor quality farming material here. I think there was like a little bit of iron on this island. No, there's not. Yeah, that's the reason I was gonna make this the university / more residential, is because there was resources, but it was pretty dispersed. Whereas like this is a whole lot of ore. That's solid farming. We've got oil right there, somewhere. I think it's actually down here. So we can get all that going. So it's a D8, got it? Basically, yes. A D8 is a type of octahedron as a shape. The reason I referred to that is the geometric shape of like the crystal. I believe one of the 2 pyrite shapes that comes as octahedron. I know the other one is cubed, where it comes out in cubes. Where's the manufacturing center going to be? I mean, I've got a giant industrial area over here. And there's some industry over here, depending on what you like, because we have canning here, was it? Yeah, we're canning fish over here. So it depends on where you want to draw a line in manufacturing. This one is temporary, that one is not. More than likely, what'll end up happening is, like, I'll set up all this ore and I'll put industry in there. And the industry in this game, it's not specifically like, that is manufacturing, that is this. Like, the buildings will say what they are, but it's not like you zone them, this is the manufacturing, this is the processing, this is the this. It's just kind of like, industry. Okay. What I'm going to do here... Looking at that for starting our college campus. Okay, and soon enough I'll actually be able to improve some of that. Is there anything we're low on? We're low on the garbage processing capabilities. We're fine for right now. We could use another high school and all that. I'm going to wait on that, and the reason I'm going to wait on that is what's probably happening now is we're still getting past all the abandoned houses and all that. And so that's going to be a big player here. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to start off by going boom. Where is the actual college? What? Maybe I have to zone it first? It's been a while. Right now, start that as the college campus. I'm trying to find... There we go. Start opening up the college. Which is weird, don't mind us. Okay. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna deliberately go one extra tile. Let's make it 2. Don't have the money yet. What's gonna happen here? You start opening offices up here as well. But I need to try and get some of the college set up. We'll also want to get some proper, like, transportation in here. It doesn't matter what that transportation is, whether it's, like, buses or trolleys or whatever. Actually, I mean, honestly, this isn't a bad spot for trolleys. Put trolleys up this main drag through the college campus and back. Teleporter. Eldritch Gate. Oh no, Stargates aren't real, come on. Ah. I see a problem. Yeah, it's looking like one thing I'm running into with those earthquakes is they keep breaking the roads. But, like, it's one thing when it's like, oh, this road is broken, you know, whatever. But they're breaking the roads and, like, deleting them. And then when that happens, that's how we get areas like this. It was a pocket of area that no one was able to get to. Why is my money absolutely imploding? Why is my money absolutely imploding all of a sudden? Wormhole. Okay. It's bounced back. Like, whatever happened for a second, there was like, no. Huge loss of, huge financial problems. Yeah, so right now, I have no students because I have nowhere to put them. You're embezzling it to make random things? What? Hey, we're starting to get students in. You asked where the money was going? Oh yeah, okay. Well, could you stop embezzling it? I kind of need it. I have 2,000 people eligible for university, and I have a capacity of 300. So this is gonna take a minute, cause got a little bit of capacity problems. And of course, we're not building. Oh, did I not? Oh, I thought I inched that just enough. We'll take those back. Okay. And you're embezzling the money that Darstar embezzled? Darstar's like, wait, where'd all the money go? How's my Death Star going to be built? We already did the math. There's not enough materials on the entire planet to do that, so it's not really a monetary problem so much as a lack of existing materials problem. Gonna have to figure that one out. Am I going to the wrong building? Yes, I am. I like how I'm just continuing to expand student housing and doing basically absolutely nothing when it comes to any classes. Hey, we just became a small city. We can now do trains and monorails. But can we break down to song while we do it? This is an important question. Because we can break down to song about monorails, then absolutely the monorail. Like, who would even ask a question about that? But if you can't break down to song, I don't know. I could literally make a monorail that goes up here and have like walkways that go like to that. All right. So far everything's looking good other than the cremation, which we're not near that yet. I need a bit more population until we can do the cremation. Our school stuff is not where it needs to be, which is unfortunate. But we'll get there. I again think that is mostly due to the fact that we're having this like boom and bust in population that I also find it weird that they're not willing to build out that far. We gotta deal with the property values over there. But first, college. There's study hall right in the middle of campus. Yeah, you can make more dorms by going to the sides. Plunk down the groundskeeper over there. Put book club next to it. Oh, right, they're the giant police academy thing. That's fine, we can fix that. Because that's the other benefit of the college campuses. They all have, like, buildings that give bonuses to your town if you have them. So, like, the police academy, I can't remember exactly what you do. Yeah. Else keeping that. So increase the patrol car count, jail's capacity, and police department efficiency. Faculty increases campus attractive. Yeah, so it's basically you build this thing, and it just makes your police better. All right. You now have a cat laying on your head? Is it doing so adorably, obnoxiously, or both? It doesn't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive. You can be like, "Aw, my neck hurts." Both? Sounds like cat. Yes. That was, oh, what is it? Was it Makeshift? The people who make, plushies. They were doing like it was an engagement, boosting thing, but they put up a tweet that's like, your nightmare is all the plushies that failed to, because their whole gimmick is like they'll say, hey, we'll make this plushie as long as we get like 200 orders or whatever, for this creator or whatever. I was like, all the plushies that didn't make it, your nightmare is like all of them, and it's like, yeah, they're chill about it, but like they stare at you judgingly. I mean, so they're still adorable as heck, but, like, you're also really uncomfortable. It's like all these adorable plushies. That was, I had once or twice, and it's been over a year since someone brought it up. I had once or twice people like, you should make a plushie. I'm like, no, there is zero chance I could get enough people. Like, the only way that plushie happens is, like, I personally is like, yes, I'm ordering 200 of these, please. Or like 190 or whatever. At which point then I'd have to have a room of my house with 190 plushies of my avatar. And I'm like, you know what I don't want? That. Like, that sounds like it's a bad time to me. Alright, so we got a college campus that can almost handle the capacity of students they've got here. They just need to achieve some academic works and all that. I'll give their faculty one extra thing of funding. Wait, how much is that? Wait a second. Is that 50,000 at once? Oh, I see. I could give a grant. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and pay just a little extra. Okay, but a room with 200 plushies would be awesome. Pure comfort room. I don't know. I feel like going in a room with that many plushies, it starts to get to the point where, you start bridging that gap from, do I enjoy this as a hobby, or do I have a problem? Like, it's getting to that kind of territory. Alright, so we are finally getting to the point that this is starting to bottleneck. Which is a concern. I think it's all the recycling trucks trying to drop off at the recycling centers. As you think you almost had 200 plus plushies, most are in my closet storage. It happens. Like, and no shaming for anyone who's like really into plushies or whatever. It's, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. If there's never enough plushies, like plushies are awesome. It's not a hobby or a problem. I just want 200 plushies to sink into and fall asleep into. Getting into horror movie. I'm thinking like 200 plushies. Like, you'd want to clean those up. You have a few historic significance, hospital reasons. Yeah. I mean, I've got plushies right here. Like, I got Spiffo, complete with a backpack and stuff inside from Project Zomboid. And then this was one from the game The Tenants. It was the first game that ever sponsored my channel, and like, they just sent me Uncle Steve. Like, I did the sponsors stream and, you know, got paid and all that, and they're just like, here's a plushie. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. So was it Uncle Steve? I think it was Uncle Steve. I don't remember the guy's name. It was what the NPC who like does all of like when you need to have someone do work on it, on your like apartments or whatever. It was that guy. Okay, so we need more industry, so I can go the route of I can go to ore or oil, and I don't know, but when it comes to industry, one of the first things that pops into my head is just drill, baby, drill. So I think we're gonna go for the oil first, because if we're going to the meme of like smog, neither ore or oil are particularly smog free, but I just think of oil, and that's probably because I used to end up at Salt Lake City a lot for work, and Salt Lake City's air sometimes can be pretty awful because of the oil refineries. This is a U.S. stream? I mean, I am in the U.S., yes. East Coast U.S. See, so I'm the manager, let's see. Carter says, so I'm a manager with an office. You read an article that's saying having a plush in the office makes you more approachable. It's very... Oh, absolutely. Because I feel like that automatically kind of makes it so it's like, okay, this person, you know, they can be chill or whatever. Not that, like, the lack of plushie is a bad thing, but it's just, you know, if someone's willing to have like a fun thing like that just around the office, you're like, okay, like this is someone I don't have to worry about being too serious about. All right, so I don't know exactly how I want to hook up the roads here, because I want to keep this on this highway, and I do not want them to go up here and then use that circle to turn around, because that would be horrendously bad. We also have this whole area down here. When Pokemon Center launched, a friend asked for all of the other for tier videos. Saying, yeah, I saw that video. I know who you're talking about. Like, I'm not that invested in Pokemon. It just randomly that video popped up on YouTube. I'm like, I'm actually interested in this. I didn't get through the entire thing because, my God, that was so many plushies. It was so many plushies. We may not be necessarily talking about the same person. It may have been more than one person who had that. But, alright, so. You heard smog? There's gonna be lots of smog. It's the name of the town, and we're going into oil. I'm just trying to mentally decide how I want to handle this. Let's show the resources again. Okay, so let's go like this. So I've got that part of the road, and we'll put through roads and all that. What I'm thinking is, if I could take that underneath over here, I could pop into here. We've got access to the railroad and this. It wouldn't be the most efficient one. Okay. So it does mean that I have to like trek in and out of that area, but I think that'll be okay. Meanwhile, we'll take that water line and we'll just run it right on down the highway. And deal with this. Okay. So, step one is deciding how the heck I'm hooking this thing up. Because I can just turn this to go straight up in there. I think that's what we do. And now you know I'm crossing the highway twice. It's got reasons why I'm doing this. Okay. So I can have the on-ramp and off-ramp, and then I won't have like this blocking everything off. So, the plan is straightforward. I'm going to grab you. I should grab the highway on-ramp and off-ramp. Oh, no, put that back. It's fine. It'll be a little wonky. Okay, so that'll be one way to get out to this area. Oh, hey, Nasal Snack. Yeah, I love the game. Can't wait for 2 to drop. It's not even a month. It's like weeks away. But yeah. But no, it's yeah, no, I dyed the hair purple as a thing for we were doing a streamathon, and I basically said if we hit a certain number of, like, if we hit a certain number, I would, you know, I would go ahead and do it. And we hit the number of things, and I said, okay, chat, what color? Well, I mean, I did on Discord, but we said, you know, what color? And there we got it. So let's see, cargo terminal. I'm now forgetting how you rotate this. Why is my brain being the way it is? It's like, I've been doing this all day, and it's like suddenly the brain's like, nope. You know rotate. But there's one streamer that has a city that is quite expensive. Yeah, I'm doing this. This is me holding right mouse button. It's not doing anything in this case. Oh, that'll work. That's fine. That's just trying to... Oh, right, because it has to stick to road. Right. I need to see, so please don't undo that. Okay, so that means I have the train station hooked up. Let's see, ones that snap can't rotate. Yeah, that's the thing that threw me off, is like I was mentally just trying to rotate it. Like, that's the worst thing, is I have a whole lot of time in this game. Just, you know, sometimes your brain is like, no, we're not thinking anymore. Thinking is done. I don't wanna. You can't make me think. Oh, right, water. Oh yeah, there's so much to this game. That's one of the things I like about Paradox games. Is it just, you can play it forever and ever and ever, and they just keep adding more and more. It gives you so much more to do in the games. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead, run that right down through the middle. Running out of money. So this could be on this side. I don't want to actually put the oil build. Can't wait to sink my teeth into City Skylines 2. Oh yeah, it's, the weight is grueling. Like, I want them to take the whole time. That's the thing. Like they delayed the console release, and I misread it that they had delayed like the release to like the beginning of next year. It's like no. Like normally it's like you delayed your game, it's fine. I'll get to it. It's like no. I was like, oh wait, never mind. It's just the console version. Just the console version. False alarm. Just the console version has been delayed. The thing in City Skyline is it seems like the ceiling out at 66. Oh, you can get way more than that. There's definitely a lot more work that gets into when you're to those populations. Cool thing you said. Oh yeah, now I would say so far as games I have been looking forward to in this past year, City Skylines 2 is probably the biggest one. I was really looking forward to the release of I Am Future, and I had a good time with it, for the record. That said, with I Am Future, they didn't, they did a lot of work since I played the demo, or whatever you want to call it, and I had a good time with all the changes, but it was a game I kind of tapped out the content, because it's still early access a lot faster than I anticipated, which is fine. Like, I don't regret buying it, all thing. But it's those ones, like, I could try playing a whole lot at its current version. It's like, no, I played, we got to this point. I'm going to sit aside till it's close to done. Because I've made the mistake of going hard on a game in early access that's not finished, and then never coming back to it because I'd already burned out. That's what happened with me in Valheim. Is I played through a bunch of playthroughs, like, when it first released. And then it's like, when they have, like, a major update, it's like, oh, I should go back and check that. I get right about the point of Iron, like, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, the roundabout needs some cleanup, though. The problem is it's pouring directly into this industrial zone, so it's starting to back up into the roundabout. Let's see. That was you with Sons of the Forest. Played way too much at launch. Yeah. It's easy to do that to yourself. Like, that is the reasons I think a lot of people are, like, fatiguing on early access in general. Is it's like, anything with a story in early access, that becomes kind of a risk. Just that, you play it, you can't quite finish the story, and then you play it enough that you don't want to really, like, revisit the story. So I'm seeing one big problem we got to deal with. And that big problem is they're going all the way up here to U-turn. We need them to U-turn sooner. I believe if I go like this, and just give like a little offshoot road, I believe they'll let them U-turn. You know what? That's good enough. There's better ways I could do that. What are your signals on this road? What are you doing? Just surprised they're stopping. Not worried about it yet. I'm waiting for the 60,000, that way I can put down the oil admin building. But yeah, and that's like, that's been a thing. Like, there's been a lot of games in like the settlement builders and all that have early access that I'll usually play. Like, I'll sit down and have like one good playthrough, and then I'll kind of stop and be like, I want to come back to this later when it's closer to done. Just because I know if I let myself play too much now, I'll burn out and not want to play it later. And then also the other reason that happens, that I kind of go that way, is the number of times I've gotten really invested in early access games. Like, man, I cannot wait for this to be far along. And then, it never gets finished. It was 30,000, you think? I think your biggest build is around 200,000. My machine started not enjoying that. Oh, yeah. No, I've done, I know I've done well over 100,000. I think I've done more than 200,000. I don't know how much more. I feel like it wasn't much more than that. Like, I don't remember. Like, there's achievements for a bunch of things, and I got the achievement for whatever the highest population one was. Okay, so we're almost ready for the admin building. We are ready. I thought, for some reason in my head, I thought it was way more expensive. Alright, so we have small oil pump, oil sludge, pyrolysis plant, and a crude oil tank. Oh, actually, I don't want that there. That's a mistake. If I put it there, I'll have problems. Here, I can deal with that in a minute. Okay. And in City Skylines, oil is a limited quantity. So it is genuinely a thing that if I keep pumping the oil, eventually there's no more oil to be pumped. Wow, look at the range in that ground pollution. Oof. That is some real beastly ground pollution right there. Like, don't get me wrong, you expect ground pollution, but that is some pretty wide area ground pollution. It's okay, it's like Rimworld. They just have to assign someone to clean pollution and they just baggy it up, right? Then we can export it. Bag it up and drop pod to our colony. Yeah, we just load up on a tanker, we just ship it down the water. We just put the baggies in the river, that's fine. Okay. So I'm trying to just keep building these until I start seeing the industry go down. Just have kindergartners clean up the pollution as a monthly field trip. The things that Rimworld you do. Considering it's almost always the kids that end up becoming my cleaning hauling pawns, which means they're my cleaning pawns, which means on pollution maps they're cleaning the pollution, so you're not wrong. It doesn't feel good, but you're not wrong. Yeah, I enjoyed the pollution challenge. I don't think that's one I'm probably going to do much more on stream, because, like, it's a neat challenge, but man, does it take time to do anything in it. Alright, come on. We need more oil. Okay, so the whole area is in there. I was just trying to remember. Because in that case... they start making it all doing that. Chocolate for the win? Chocolate is pretty fantastic. Why is there always more corpses? I mean, honestly, at this point, what I ought to do is go over here. And plunk this graveyard down somewhere that won't destroy too many homes. I can put it right here, actually. And the only reason I'm putting it that side is so it should be able to stay in this loop. That should help with the buys. Okay, so cool. So industrial need is plummeting. So I need 169 workers. before it levels up. We're just looking for a couple of more. Now we're gonna need more schools as well. Alright, and how are we doing so far as employment percentage? 87% of people are employed. Good, and this all had death symbols on it, and they're getting that cleared out. Alright, so what I can do here is let's start doing some lane math here. Okay, so if you can go there or there. But you have to stick those lanes. This lane must go to the right. This lane can go straight through to either lane. This lane must go right. Basically, I'm trying to balance the lanes out a little bit more. So what should happen is only if they want to exit should they take that lane. Otherwise, they should speed through the whole inner circle. That should clear up a lot of traffic over time. You ever see the menu? It's a mod. It's a mod down here called oh, it's like TMP. I don't remember what the actual stands out, like the non-abbreviated name is. Did you have to think about how you stayed with my oldest nephew's half sister while she was around her pool to keep an eye on her, just in case she fell into the pool? I mean, that's good. Good to keep an eye. So that's one thing we can do is there's not enough lanes on here right now. Well, no, there's 2 lanes. I was thinking there wasn't an extra lane that you could bypass with. That's another thing we can do is go to this intersection. That lane must go through. This lane must turn. That should really improve the flow of traffic there. That's what we're trying to do right now, is just do everything we can to help reduce the problems of the flow of traffic. Our grandma came out there. I remembered going right back inside the house. Yeah. Went to 169. Oh, you still have to sell more resources. That's fine. So oil will upgrade as soon as we're able. Okay, so we need another school around here somewhere. The school is insufficient for what we're doing. The high school's insufficient. Okay. So that means all our education stuff is in better shape. Elementary school's still not amazing shape, but we're getting there. Population's still improving. All that's going good. Our finances are looking pretty good. We're not seeing a huge demand for oil or industry jobs, but we're gonna get there. The sooner we sell a little bit more materials and all that, we'll right for more. But I could go ahead and pop you down, and you down, and you down, and you down, and that'll do. Yeah, so we watch our resources. What'll end up happening? Okay, so we've got a petrochemical plant, a small oil and drilling rig, a household plastic factory, an oil industries workers barrack, and crude oil storage cavern. But as you can see, I'm already putting a very significant dent in the oil in the ground here. That what'll end up happening is eventually this will stop producing, and I'll have to move it on to the next spot. You buy the island surrounded by poop? I'm sure people would love to live there. I mean, I actually own 2 of the islands surrounded. That's the oil sludge. We already have that. The petrochemical. We already have the small crude tank. Okay, so we're just humming along with all that. We almost have enough workers. So the big danger here is I'm gonna run out of oil too fast. Then we're instantly polluting the ground horrifically. So water and sewage is getting kind of on the low side, which is a bit concerning. Okay. Oil drilling is the first thing people see on their way into the town. Absolutely. Again, it's like going to Salt Lake City. You just see like the giant oil refinery out there. You're just like, okay, I mean, I guess we're here. Cool, I guess. Alright, so all that's going well. Our garbage processing is getting a little low. The thing we'll do... Might benefit for trying to add more lanes. Basically, I'm trying to think of where I want to put the next recycling. I was thinking like putting it back here, but I'm looking at this going, if I had a bunch of vehicles on there, that's gonna struggle. Over here, I don't want to put it because of pollution concerns, but I could see putting it up here somewhere. But I don't know how the pollution interacts with the farms. I'd assume not good. I guess I'll just put it here. It's fine, whatever. Okay. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and try and inflate our property values. I mean, let's make the town nicer by inflating our property values. There, I got a botanical garden. I have a couple of mods. Like, I have moving and all that installed. Nothing that gives me, like, infinite money or, you know, like, changes, like, the stats in the game or anything like that. But I have a couple of mods that are just, like, quality of life stuff. So I, like, have one that helps me, like... Don't put poo-poo line near the shore. I mean, my water I pull in from here, and that is my out. Did I ever play the Riddler games? Oh yeah, I played tons of Riddler 2 back in the day. I was wondering which DLC the Saves Miles came from. That's a mod. I've got a handful of quality of life mods. I don't have a list or anything because I hadn't actually planned on playing this today, but you know, people showed interest. I was like, all right, sure, I can do that. I did play Yuri's Revenge. Oh, those must have burned down. Yep. You can see why? Yeah, so like I like this one. I like the movement mod. So if I'm unhappy, like I can just click and drag stuff. There's a property value thing. Yeah. It's fine. Like we look at it's not impacting the property value on a very significant measure. It's fine. Right now, that's what I got. I'll later process it so it's not a problem. But for the moment, it's fine. Okay, so we finally got to the point that the college campus has actually managed to catch up with the number of students. Like that, they're starting to look better than my alma mater. The university? Yeah. Like, right now, I would say, like, the university I went to I liked way more than what's being presented here. But, you know, you'll continue to expand that to the point it'll make almost any real-life campus jealous. Like, just the sheer amount of amenities and all that you can add in there. What are we at so far as this? Yeah, so this is the one we want, the eco water treatment, which is going to be a while. Because the eco water treatment is almost like thing. They promise you I would still find a way to get lost on that campus. I mean, hell. Just figuring out which of these rooms is your classroom can be enough to get people lost. Like, the admin building is probably mostly, like, 1, maybe 2 floors is all the more going on in it, so that's probably not that big a deal. You've got your dorms. You probably are only going to be visiting your dorm to know where your room is, so that's probably not too hard. This is the study hall? Yeah, the study hall. So this is probably mostly open or pocketed off rooms that you'll get different rooms each time, so that's not too bad. But yeah, that building, finding your classroom is that. Then you went to Waterloo? We had tunnels to go between buildings because winter. The upper years sent expeditions for lost students. Expeditions? Jeez. Honestly, Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3 to me was has the voice that makes me want to... Okay, that's random Strider. It's weird that your immediate reaction to someone's voice would be one to punching them in the throat. That is a you problem that you probably should work on. I can't quite picture it. The ground looks different here, and there's this weird haze, almost as if we're making a ridiculous amount of pollution here or something. How are you doing? So yeah, so the oil we're pulling up is already cut into about half on that one. Yeah, bias against arrogant and stuck-up elves. Okay. Alright, so we've got that area done. I'm not quite to the point of wanting to, Did you plan on repurposing that area once the oil is drained? Well, yeah, we'll do something there. I don't know what, but once the oil's gone, then certainly there won't be a reason to try and continue drilling the oil that isn't there anymore. I've mostly been focusing on just trying to expand this. Gotta look at the water. Yep. We got a population of 10,000 people just dumping all of the wastewater directly into the river. No cleaning or processing, just straight into the river. Typical small town living. Fishing, so we're fishing upstream from it. So here's where we're fishing, and the current's that way. It's the next town's over from. Like, it'd be cool to leave the abandoned buildings as a landmark thing. Just like, this is what you get yourself into. Welcome to Smogberg. Did you catch fire? Please don't let my power plant burn down. All right. Why is there brown haze over the bridge itself as well? Just on your way to campus, you just look off to your left side, you just see sewage being dumped into the river in mass, just riding into campus. The water is all disgusting, miscolored. But like, you saw the crisp, clean water when you first came in. Just so you know it's actually like, it's not just like brackish water, it's like genuinely contaminated. Not enough natural resources to continue pumping. Alright, so we're gonna need to make more roads so we can reach more of the other, more of the polluted area. We're not polluted. Meant to swerve that road, but that's okay. Alright, I'm just getting all this wired up. We'll just keep pulling up all the oil till there's no more oil left. Can you build oil rigs in the water? I believe you can when you level up the stuff high enough. I have not. At least I thought you could. Yeah, I think it's large oil rig is what we're looking for like the last one. Alright. They're doing pretty good on industry. Commercial, we need more. Alright, so let that commercial pop up there. Okay. Yeah, so we've got our offices popping in here. We've got this. The college campus is just waiting for another academic work. And then we can level it up and get more stuff going on there. Let's see what else we can spend our resources on right now to help out. Our garbage processing is still not a great place, but that's fine. We can still actually use it in our elementary school, but I'm not going to worry about that too much right now, because pretty soon we're going to upgrade some more housing to make that better.
Geologists predict that a sinkhole could strike at any minute. Residents should take precautionary measures.
So we don't see where it is. I mean, it's hitting an area I have not got covered. Oh, I see. When the earthquake happened, it destroyed my sensor to detect when earthquakes are going to happen.
A sinkhole has occurred somewhere in the city. Stay out of harm's way and contact authorities with any information.
Alright, random sinkhole in the river. What are some of the new disasters in, say, Skylines 2? I have no idea. I try not to do, like, way too much research when a new game is coming out, because it's easy to, like, get yourself overhyped. And then just no matter how much the game is amazing, because you overhyped yourself to unrealistic proportions, it'll always let you down. Or it does stuff that you weren't necessarily thinking about, but doesn't do the things you were thinking about. So again, you just end up getting disappointed. All right. Yeah, so we got that highway connection. I keep thinking about attaching it. So my thought is to move this road up here. And go here. Let's not do this way. We'll handle it just the way we did back here. So let's grab this one-way road. Need that farther back. Just making that roundabout real fast. Okay, because then what we can do is we can grab you. Then go to this. And just like that, we got another town connection. Hey, Rual, so can you move your mic out of the cam? It's a little speck in the cam. I know it's the mic, but it's distracting you. So I'm actually going to do the opposite. I'm going to bring it into camera, because I need to not move it too far away or it won't pick up. So this way, being like fully in camera, it shouldn't be as bad. Yeah, because if it's like right on the edge, I can understand. Like it's just like a little teeny tiny thing like right on the edge. It can be like really weird. But yeah, no, I need to make sure I'm not putting the microphone too far away. Otherwise you get like that tunnel sound, that echoey sound. I just realized like 2 works to get tomorrow. Or 2. Yeah, usually when that happens, it's because I pushed the mic away on my day off and I forgot about it. They really kept catching my eye and making me panic something was wrong with your screen. Gotcha, that's no fun. Yeah, by all means, let me know if that kind of thing happens. I try to be good about it, but it's just sometimes when I move the mic, because like when I've done a stream, I like push the microphone away so it's not in my face while I'm just, doing my own thing. All right. So we got everything balanced here. You pop way over here in the end. You pop over there in the end. Okay, what's your deal? How are you doing? So you need more workers to be happy. All right, I can oblige that. That should make some pretty good progress in that one. Okay, large oil pump, oil industry storage, and a toy factory. Was large oil... Oh, that's large oil pump. Okay. That's an offshore drilling platform. Okay, so we're getting all that oil produced, getting it out of here, all that. Got garbage processing, all of those are going... Electricity is not in great shape, so let's expand our electricity. I wonder what kind of toy... You catch him, I mean. Look, man. Come on, calm down. Alright, so we got fish coming in still. We're starting to see some cars coming through this side. Yeah, we're kind of balanced our stuff, so it's probably time that we go and we take the next part of town. And, actually, do I want to do this at the college camp? Let's do this at the college campus. Pop, go both roads that go either way. Alright, we can grab you, do that. Because what I'm going to do now is I need to zone this whole thing off. That'd be like a University Island thing. We're going to go to commercial. It's fine, whatever. Oh, yeah, we had that. Oh, right. I had the whole, like, financial district thing. So commercial, do that. That's not right. There we go. I was like, I don't want to, like, have that all weird. Okay, so we've got all that going on. We got the water pipe there. But the thing I just remembered I don't have is the stock exchange. Alright, because what I could do now is I could put down the stock exchange. Adding a bunch more offices, so that's all good there. Okay, so manage investments, so we can actually invest in money. So change rate. So yeah, so stuff moves around. I'm gonna buy a bunch of farming stock because we're going to expand our farming operation at some point, and that should increase its value. Because the game does, you can actually really abuse the game. That you can go to an area, and you could literally like build a whole area out, and just pause the game, unzone it, unpause, pause, like kind of thing, and then buy all the stock when it crashes, rezone it, pause and pause, and then sell it because like it'll spike around, thinking you have like none and all that. There's so many ways to break it. Okay, so right now, the farming is in bad shape. Alright, so I need our elementary school, and I'll put it back here to support the college. Need a high school as well, so we'll get that set up back here. I'll have to see. Like, more than likely, I've got something like we're not getting enough materials or whatever. Or I have too many employees who are like way overqualified for it. Because that's actually the thing you can run into is you can have a bunch of your area have low land value, so it's not well suited to people who are like particularly like high skilled, highly trained kind of people. And so it'll generally suffer. Versus when you blow up the land values, then ends up being like really high end jobs. All right, so let's take a look here. Yeah, make a botanical garden over here. Actually, you know what you can do? Health. We have yoga here. So you can boost the area with yoga. Or a community pool. Or a sports hall. Actually, that's just a sauna. The sauna takes very little space. Let's build more of these saunas and all that to try and help the overall health of the area, plus boost the land value. Because that just means more money for the same amount of space kind of thing. And your people live longer, so as you get them trained up, they stay in your workforce longer, kind of holding down the jobs that they're holding down. I'll actually put this over here. Just saunas randomly in your neighborhood. It's fine. Okay, so we'll get this one, and then we'll go over by the university. And you're seeing all that health spiking up. We're seeing all those upgrade arrows appearing. All because we're just opening up a bunch of saunas. It's fine. That's how this works. Who needs proper medical facilities when you can just have saunas? Finland liked that. I have no idea about Finland's situation with anything. Okay. Finland's the origin point of saunas. Ah, I see. That would make sense of why Finland would like that. That would check out. That Finland's like, we made a thing and we're very happy that you're enjoying the thing we made. Apparently those buildings burned down, so that's suboptimal. I need to open a new fire department. We'll put it up over here.
Meteorologists are issuing a thunderstorm warning for the coming days. Citizens are advised to stay indoors. A thunderstorm is battering the city. Stay indoors until the storm has passed.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there was something like lightning rod. Oh, there is, isn't there? There is a thing where you can put like lightning rods in your building here somewhere, I thought. Oh, tourist travel card? Okay, interesting. Education blimps? Yep. Education boost? Yep. City planning tab? Oh, and high-tech housing. That is going to... So lightning rods... Okay. I'm thinking, doesn't it mean that'll be a thing of the past too? Because City Skylines 2, you can literally, your roads can have the power and the, water and all that just run underneath them kind of thing. My God, please. Fine, we'll do it this way. Oh, you hate having to repair electrical infrastructure after these? Yep. Stop it. Oh my god, please. Like, they really have specific hitbox at towers just that you do it without having to break them. But it doesn't work for me. I wish when it came to that, you could just be like, repair them and just pay it. Versus have to like track them all down. Would you go away? You damaged so much of my power infrastructure. Please. Go away. If the repair option was vastly superior than the current function of power towers, yeah. I don't care about those ones up there. Because this was wired once upon a time to, I don't remember what. Not anymore. Just think, one lightning strike could power New York City for a couple of weeks. That's impressive. Okay, so they're all doing their thing down there, that's fine. Okay, so garbage processing is definitely in the danger zone. We're okay on everything else for the moment.
Thank you Nasal Snack for subscribing for 6 months. Long overdue return to Twitch for me. Always glad to see your stream up.
Thank you, Nasal Snack, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed for 6 whole months. That's half a year, so I really do appreciate the continued support, and welcome back to Twitch. I do hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing as well as access to your emails, so thank you again for all that support. It does mean a lot. Alright. So we are getting real close to our next unlock, which I believe will give the crematorium. I can make this happen relatively quickly if I so choose, which I do. By doing that. Oh, and the other thing we should do here. Botanical or a Japanese garden and a bounce house. Perfect for all the college students. How badly are we hitting that oil? That oil we are just absolutely obliterating right now. Like, you have to deal with this over here in the end, but the oil is not going to last very long. Okay, so what's going on here? We got decent production. What's your deal? So you are losing me a little bit of money. Big city. So we can make our area bigger. We get a whole bunch of new buildings that'll help us out. So let's see if we can't add anything else here to potentially help with your profitability. I saw it turn green for just a second. It's like, what? Okay. Crematorium's death recycling. Yep. Alright, so it's time to get those going. So for the moment, what we could do... we'll toss one right in front of this neighborhood. Sneak one in front of that neighborhood. Sneak one there. That should way more than handle any bodies you've got. And then with that, start emptying our graveyards to process all those bodies. Okay, so our our electricity and our water and our sewage are good. Our garbage processing is actually doing pretty okay. Our healthcare availability is amazing. The cemetery usage is going down. Our elementary school usage is still a bit on the rough side. What I might even do with that, trying to get that organized. A very legit company. I wonder what that even has to do with it, I think. Like, a lot of these businesses... just are a thing that we're dealing with. Okay, and we'll continue to have our place do better. What I was going to say is what I could do is pop into the budget. We could increase our budget for education. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but it'd do a lot. Alright. So if I was to add a subway, I think I'd add the entrance over here somewhere. Add one over here. I don't think I'd worry about any of that up down there. Oh, meanwhile, we can get another tile. Let's get the other half of the tile our university is on. So I own most of that tile. As we continue to expand the dense part of town that's more gridded. We can make that happen. Okay. Start emptying out the trash. And how's our land values looking now? This is starting to get real nice. And a lot of this is starting to get pretty nice. A bunch like the farm and the industry, like the industry is in just really bad shape. It'll be really hard to actually make the industry do anything. But like I said, we're probably going to just move that out of here. Because right now, that's a lot of this thing is. It's all the trucks pulling in and out of that location. But it's also the garbage trucks now, which we'll still have. Alright, so you're just continuously upgrading. The schools are going alright. Population's still continuing to climb, so I won't worry about too much. You're just doing your thing. Unemployment is all but non-existent. So we can probably just use more houses. Which is a little surprising. And that gave us cleaner water disposal. Like, not the good stuff. Because the good stuff is the eco water treatment plant. Like, that's the one that gets, like, the water real heckin' clean. Alright. And in building, like, all the infrastructure over here, because this is going to be a dense part of town, so I want to make sure we have a police department in this part of town, all that kind of good stuff. Okay. That should help keep the crime down. We'll deal with the fire. Let's see. A lightning strike can... Let's see. Lightning strike can contain up to more than 1 billion volts, which is around 1,000 megavolts. For perspective, in-game, a windmill in CS provides 9 megavolts, if you recall. Yeah, I don't know the scope and all that, because I know you can't really capture the full power of a lightning strike very easily. It's just not a meaningful thing you can do. Yeah, so got an area down here that's still not doing great money-wise. Or land value-wise. There we go. Alright, so we're upping the quality of even more of this stuff. Cool. So yeah, so our land value keeps climbing, and we keep doing all that. Which is good for a whole mess of reasons. That'll help our income as well, it'll keep our people alive longer, all that. I keep thinking it's like, now's the time to go for the ore, but right now we don't really have enough industrial demand. I need more people. I've been waiting for like this to kind of settle in before I start branching out more, so I don't just make this giant grid too fast. As you're capturing lightning strikes for energy just can't be done with the tech we have. It's easy to catch bolts. The problem comes from harnessing that power without frying every power line connected, because it's so much power all at once. Yeah. Okay, and we'll grab these. Actually, that's what we'll do. Okay. They'll help at least a little bit with the traffic. What's up? Mama. You should probably figure it out. And then let me know. Are you staying up too late?
I'm gonna go to bed, guys.
That's good. I was gonna suggest it.
But you're just so handsome and I like kissing you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, with your work schedule being weird this week, I was actually sitting there, I was like, wait a second, she works tomorrow.
No, he's not here.
Uh-huh.
I have to work.
Because, like, we both like money. Stupid needing to have to make money to survive and stuff. That's it could be the way before we store power before it hit the lines. Guys, yeah, there's probably clever ways we could do it to like get money can be exchanged for goods and services, like ice cream.
A good that I thoroughly enjoy.
Very specifically, ice cream is a very excellent good.
It is an excellent thing.
And or service.
Yeah.
But I go to work
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm not with hubby.
It happens. It's the service when Rolf feeds it to her.
Yeah, you're my service.
But is ice cream good or a service? Yes.
My Dark Striker.
It exists in a world of both.
Is all. All is ice cream.
I was gonna build something down here. I don't remember. Oh, I remember. I was gonna build the helicopter fire pad.
Yeah.
Those are words that don't go together that way. The fire department helicopters instead of the helicopter fire pad. It's a very different thing.
Give me all the monies and then I won't have to work.
I mean, that's up to chat.
No, I don't want to ask that of chat.
I know. It's always those things like you never want to be like, give me the money.
I am.
What? Why haven't you given me the money yet?
Ice cream, pizza, and bacon are all tied for most important food groups. Those are all good food groups. Bacon and pizza can go together as a food group.
I mean, certain dessert pizzas can have ice cream.
It's true.
If you just take like a regular tomato pizza and throw ice cream on it, not sure that works as well.
Sanity.
Yeah.
And thank you, Nasal Snack. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's cute, it's adorable.
It's because he's so adorable. Look at Jeff playing.
No. Hellfire copter pad. My brain wasn't working. I was trying to say fire department helicopter, like helicopter pad, and I said hellfire copter pad.
Yeah. Copter pad.
So now what I need is someone to illustrate whatever the heck a hellfire copter pad is, so that we can actualize this reality. And there's dead people everywhere.
You were just remembering when I was telling you about season 4 of Stranger Things and the Hellfire Club.
No, I don't think that was, but still. Complete with Doom Guy. Yeah, and I haven't seen Stranger Things because I just don't watch much TV. It's not like I've avoided that show. It's just I don't watch much TV.
Telling him about
Yeah.
the Hellfire Club, and he was like, "Uh-huh," but I know.
We went into a haunted house that was themed around it, which is why I came up. It's like I know the basic idea of Stranger Things, like the upside down and whatever. But they were like this
Upside down.
yeah, like this person and that person. I'm like, yeah, I have no idea who any of those people are.
We were in the upside down. It was scary. Not really.
Yeah, no, I've heard nothing but good things about Stranger Things. Like I have a long list of people like things that like this is a good show, this is a good show, this is a good show. I just don't watch hardly any TV.
Vecna was there, and so was the grandfather clock. Vecna was all like, damn, Vecna, and 11 was like, and then we were in the upside down, and then a Demogorgon went, "Arr." And that was the haunted house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Haunted house has been accurately conveyed.
It was funny.
I love you the most.
I love you more than that. You just have to live with
I
that.
love you the most out of all the love that's ever lived in the history of love. So much love.
I feel like you're exaggerating a little. Okay, trying to see if I actually paused. Okay, it did pause.
So,
Mm-hmm.
that's because I win. I win.
Oh, I see why you're saying thank you.
I win.
Okay. That's a responsible thing to do. No. Alright. So working on the college campus. Adding more of the buildings. So we got the dormitory. We got the study hall. We have the groundskeeper. We have the book club. We do not have the out... Oh, that is much bigger than I thought it was. Where am I putting it? You know what? We'll put it right here. It's fine. There's the outdoor study. Oh, I need to run water. You get the outdoor study. We've already got the gymnasium. We do not have the cafeteria, which, yeah, you fit right there. Perfect. And we've got a fountain that really doesn't fit anywhere, so I'm just going to kind of put it there. It's okay if I... Is it okay if it takes the color blue? Let's see. I never know what to do for a college campus. Yeah, I've actually been to a bunch of college campuses, so it's not too bad for me to set up. Like, you'll notice I'm kind of following a pattern that, let's be honest, college campuses have been doing forever. Which is they'll have like whatever their main building is, and they'll usually like one of kind of two ways. You'll have your main building at the entrance, and either one, it'll be right out front, and then like the college campus will be like they'll usually have like a path behind it that, you know, maybe it'll be like a field or some type of decor or whatever, and it kind of branches out from there. They'll either like make a circle or whatever. Sometimes that pass like there's hills or whatever. Or the other alternative is that the main building will be back here, and you have like the mall with the big middle area going in front of it, and then all the stuff on the outside. And then generally speaking, you'll have like most of the time it won't be like this, the dorms are evenly spread. It'll be like there'll be the dorms area will be like down here or back here, like wherever it is. Like they'll have the dorms kind of bunched up in one place, unless the campus has grown so much that it's no longer adequate. Then you might have like some here and some back there. So you definitely see that where the campuses get kind of disorganized as, you know, they grow and they have to keep expanding and adapting. Why am I not getting my trash pickup way back here? There you go. I'll probably need to move a recycling center back here-ish somewhere. Okay, so I also think it's time we start looking into public transportation, because I should have done that a while back. Not the airport. Now, we could do what makes sense, or, hear me out, we could do something completely unrelated to that. So I'm going to go ahead and put a blimp depot out here. We'll have our effectively on-campus blimp depot. Or blimp stop. We'll put a blimp stop down here by the train station. No, airport. Gross. No one wants an airport. We have one for that industrial area. where can I wedge you in here? The problem is it's a very large area that it has sound to it. Almost like blimps are loud or something. You know what we could do? And serve both these neighborhoods by plopping you right there. And then what we'll do is we'll go here. I will go to here. Just like that, we've now got shortcuts into those neighborhoods to feed those. Okay, so this is being an incredibly ridiculously inefficient route. Space is already occupied. How do I get rid of the route? So, like, is that set up? Lines overview. Oh, it's not set up. Okay, we have blimps going to do that. I was not keeping up with the news today. That was quite the experience scrolling through Twitter. Oh yeah, if there's some like really bad stuff going on news wise, let's not bring it up on stream. Just, you know, people trying to chill, relax, not get super stressed out by stuff. Yep, so we are using blimps as our form of public transportation. Brush your teeth, wash your feet. Ooh, look at the crowd showing up to use the blimp. My goodness. We're gonna need more blimps. It's almost as if blimps aren't a particularly efficient way of traveling. You'd be terrified getting on a blimp? I wouldn't have that problem. My bigger issue is the blimps carry 35 people each, and they are not fast in loading and unloading. Which is totally fair. Okay. Yeah, so like I might be able to fit one more blimp on that route. Otherwise there's just not enough time. We can't do helicopters yet. Alright. You're gonna blimp on that pad at all times. That's basically what it's trying to do, is it's trying to get it to the point where it's going as fast as it could with getting people loaded up. That the moment it's taking off, oh, we can fit one more. I'm trying to do just enough that as the blimps take off, there's another one popping in there immediately. Oh look, it's actually catching up with the crowd. Or they're quitting and giving up. I think they're just giving up. Because it's almost as though the blimps are not the most efficient way of traveling town. Oh, there's a 2 doors, one embarking, the other disembarking. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like a subway or a train where like it pulls open, you open up a whole series of doors up the entire length of the train, and everyone can file on and out. So you get like lots of people on really fast. Like when you look at a blimp, it's just like one little cabin, like the size of a bus or so on the bottom. So it is just like way, way lower volume. Like a single train in real life can carry literally hundreds upon hundreds of people from point A to P, versus a blimp handling 35 is not really where it's at. Wait, you mean people aren't in the big balloon part? Yeah, it's not a very high throughput vehicle. Alright, so yeah, so we're in the daytime, so it's skyrocketing it. So we need more transportation. An underground parallel metro station. A large underground metro station. Wait, don't I have achievements for getting enough people to ride certain ones? I know Blimp is one of them. So helicopter's another, which we haven't unlocked yet. There's so many people who need transportation. Okay, so how can we deal with this? I debated putting like a monorail up here all the way out there. I don't think that'll actually work out that well. I think I'm going to need a subway, realistically. That's because it got stops in multiple directions in multiple places. But I need to find a place to put that, and just, unfortunately, I'm running into the problem that because I sunk the ground in... That'll actually work. They've got one subway over there. The next one here. You there. You there. Go and plunk one down. Around here somewhere. That'll work. Alright, so. Now I've got that. Remove the path? Nah, it's fine. I mean, I can. That's not wrong, but... I'm not super worried about it, actually. Okay, so you can pop on down there. I probably should have another subway. Rand City. Cool. Yeah, I don't think I could squeeze it in here where we won't get people upset from noise pollution. Alright, so. Boom. Boom. We have one going each way. That way people get to drop more directly without having to overlap. Alright, so now we got more public transportation online. Remember which one's train and which one's subway. It's always hard to tell till I get that. I do find it, so it's got under airplane, it's got the blimps. Alright. Okay, so here you go. There's the metro lines. Because the goal is to try and get a bunch of the cars off the road. And this industrial zone has to go away soon. Trying to see both the different separate lines. Is that Zeppelin dock? Yeah. Yup. What I'm thinking about doing is making a way to walk here. We can make it over an overpass kind of thing. Not overpass, but a... That's not what I wanted. So now what we're going to do is going to go here. What I need to remember... Do not crosswalk any of these places. Do not crosswalk these two places. Do not crosswalk those two places. That way they'll use like the overpass kind of thing. Well, we can build another one here. You might be able to save a roundabout traffic by having the feeder road one way into the intersection. No problem, Smog. You have a good one. You might be able to help the roundabout traffic by having the feeder road be one way. Oh, they used to be one way. It got destroyed by an earthquake. Yeah, no, it used to be a one-way road. As you can see from here. Yeah, you can see where the earthquake smashed through it. All right, so we got the blimps going absolutely full bore. Alright, so let's see when the next workday starts. What if you reversed it so traffic doesn't get blocked by the roundabout? Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones that, yeah, no, it's probably fine. You're actually probably right in this particular case. Because it will block in here, but I think that's easier to deal with. Okay, so the count of people trying to get on the blimp is picking up. So get a lot of people here. Okay. No, that's all good. You love that roundabout? Yeah, it's a great roundabout. The one here in the middle. Yeah, unfortunately now it's starting to really clog up real bad. It was doing really well for a while. Oh, you know why it's clogging up real bad? We got a heck of a lot of pedestrian traffic going through there. We could fix this. It's nowhere near optimal in any way, but they've got that monstrosity, and now what I do is I go here, and we start with the junctions. No pedestrians, no pedestrians. Oh, fire. Basically, we're not allowing them to cross anywhere along here. These ones can go around the outside, and that's fine. But use the overhanging walkways, because that'll stop all the pedestrians from cutting across the highway, which will massively speed things up. Yeah, because now you see, like, they're just zipping in here real fast. They're still a backup of traffic, but they're zipping in really fast. They don't have to ever stop for pedestrians. The pedestrians are now going up and over here, through this park area to the other side, down to the subway and whatnot. Is there a place I could sneak a like, that'd be another thing, if I could sneak another subway section right here. Yeah, it'll just get all the residential, though. Like, that's the problem. I don't really have a place I can put it where it doesn't really hit the residential real hard. Because all of this is residential back here. As you get too much noise pollution, they just get sick. Moving all of these around because they're basically quickly running out of oil here. Let's see. What do you have to the north? Oh, this is our college campus. Over here, this is all just residential there, and that's residential there and there. This is a this is mostly, honestly, our support, like, infrastructure, like our disaster preparedness, our power, our recycling centers. This is farm over here. This is just connection to a highway that'll later get expanded on. This will be ore production over here. Actually, we're starting to get to the point, just about the point I'm going to have to start winding up another manufacturing location. I've been holding off on it just because everything's been backed up, and this didn't have any major people wanting anything. Alright, investments. Let's make terrible decisions. Chirp Air has been going down. The farming industry is continuing to cave. I now own all of the farming stuff, and we can sell it instantly for an extra 60,000. And now it's down, so I can buy a whole bunch more. And 50,000. Oh, I sold it too late. It's the whole ridiculous nonsense. You just wait a couple seconds and just instant money. That's all it is just sitting there, like, hopping across and, like, do it again and again. So let's see. Have a stock exchange reach level 2. What do I need to do to make a stock exchange reach level 2? Because it's actually something I've not done. Upgrade. We have a bronze cow, a bronze panda, and a small bank. Okay. A small bank is for the financial ease. Needs a small community area, comes with a small fleet of cash transport vans that collect money to reduce crime rate of commercial buildings. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Is that all part of the campus? That's not part of the, like... So the campus is actually just this back area here. This is just like regular high-density city in front of it. But it is part of like the campus area. The speed you can make money is just so silly. You just wait till it dips and then you buy it and you sell it immediately. Which all of this is actually based around what's happening in your city. So you can absolutely rig this, by the way. Where you deliberately do stuff to cause it to crash real bad. Okay. You ready to upgrade again? So, elevated plaza, large bank. I get a bonus to my taxes. That's fine. Oh, what are you unhappy about? Oh, you need something else to make your area nicer? We can do that. Let's actually approach this through health stuff. Alright. And I'm only trying to unlock it because I've never unlocked all the stuff before, because I never sat there and did this. But it's like, let's just make money. Come on. That's just like it, just waiting for how much more do I got to make? Quite a bit more, actually. Yeah, like I said, there's ways you can rig that. Okay, so we got a bunch of these are out of oil. Getting real close to shutting this whole place down. Like, almost no oil left at all. I mean, once those last ones pull up the oil, then there's no real oil left there. We've knocked it down. It's gone. So at that point, what I'll do is I'll probably shut down all the oil production. Like, shut down this. Well, I mean, I could put a bunch of trees there and turn this into a lumber area. Just to have something going on there. Because it's a shame I've already got this all hooked up to just tear it down. So yeah, we can make that the lumber area. Just plant a whole bunch of trees, set up the lumber area. Over time, the pollution will get cleared. There you go. Instant 100,000. Alright, come on. I want you to just a little bit more so I could get the last thing in the exchange or whatever sorted out. I feel like oil and ore requires quantities that are super low for most life cities. Yeah, I never really did much with them. Like I've completed achievements kind of stuff where I got enough of it to like count the progress or whatever. But never really sat down with them. They don't need to get too much more. How are you doing so far as upgrading our exchange the last time? A skyscraper bank in an underground garden plaza. Oh. There's still more. Okay. I was not expecting that to not be done with that. Yeah, no, that's tapping out where there's gonna be like no more oil there. And once we do that, like I said, what I'll probably do is I'll rezone this to do lumber, and we'll just start dumping a bunch of trees to make it a good lumber resource location, and go from there. I'm kind of waiting for that to happen, and just trying to unlock this as best we can while we wait. And I do know there's ways you can, like, absolutely abuse this. I'm not worried about doing that too much. Yes, I can see if it jumps up a lot more higher. There we go. 80,000. This is nothing the way it, like, how that actually works at all. You don't just sit here and just do that and, like, get instant cash like that fast. This is just really absurd. I think I actually bought that high, like it spiked right as I clicked on it. Because I'm like fast forwarding super fast, so. It's fine. Sooner or later it'll recover. When it does, we buy it at that. Yeah, I must have actually bought that real high. For as much as that's saying like negative 300,000 and all that. No, that's still way up there. I'll come back to that later. How are we doing in this? Okay, so we're 2/3 of the way there. See how we're doing on the resources here. Yeah, so I got that tiny little pocket off there. Actually, I can make that happen. So we can just go over here and just say, yeah, you're, gonna be altering the train a little bit over here. Alright. Yeah, because then we can get that good spot right there. Let's take away his roads. Grab one of the ones that doesn't have any, There you go, you don't have any in range. Like right there in the middle. That should probably be good enough. So traffic is still a whole issue here. I don't get why they stopped for that. Yeah, so stop here. There, so it should go blasting through and then they'll just merge in as able. Okay, and how are you doing down here? Alright. How about you? How are you doing? So we've got the works. Oh, I just need a tiny bit more campus attractiveness. And then we're golden, so we can go ahead and knock that out in 2 seconds. I'll just put in our dormitory right here. And boom, so it'll level up the next time the academic year ends. All right. Yes, this doesn't have wild fluctuations here. This one does. I wonder what the very legit business one is. I was gonna say, like, wait to refresh because it was too slow on it. I just gotta get that last couple percent, and then we'll be that'll be good. The Death Care Service Fund is a real problem. I must have bought that like right at the top by the delayed clicking. Oop, almost messed that up. Yeah, it's still lower than it's been for a long time, so just gotta wait for Chirp Air to recover a little bit. We'll come back to it. Because I'm sure staring at that screen is probably not the most exciting thing for watching. Okay, are you basically out of oil? Yeah, almost all these are like getting real low. So unemployment's getting a little higher. That's kind of okay though. Almost done. All right. Like the 19,000 for that much, it's like, no, we could do better. Yeah, this one I must have really screwed up. And I bought all the shares when I screwed up too. As you do. Come on. Like if it's down to like a couple of 10,000s or whatever, I'm willing to drop it just to get my money back. Because the thing, as high as it is, I don't think realistically trying to wait on it's going to do a whole lot of good. Did that do it? Because I managed to get like 100-some thousand. Yes. International Trade Building. And we have hit maximum rank. So what does the International Trade Building do? A center of finance, international trading for any city this made in the financial world. The financial district building office pay higher taxes when built close to an international. Okay. So I see. So basically, I could jack up the price of taxes. Which is perfect. So now is where I make a terrible decision. Because apparently I can make this... All of our offices are getting torn down. Now this is all becoming financial district. Expect to see this plummet because I just deleted a huge industry from my town. That's okay. So you get 6% more taxes, and then this will also give an income bonus to all financial offices in the area, of which we are just massively expanding now. Because money. Alright, well that was an interesting thing. Yeah, so there's an achievement for getting $5 million to investment. I won't sit here and like just click that out or whatever while everyone's here, because that's gonna get tiresome waiting to see that happen. Okay, so you've almost run dry. Those have almost run dry. Yeah, this is our last little bit. Yeah, because our amount we want industry is going down. We are needing more commercial, so I'm going to need to squeeze those in here somewhere. So our income is absolutely exploding now. Like not even counting the the instant influx we got from all the stock market exchange nonsense. Like our income is just completely exploded just by that one building upgrading things. I now just have like such a ridiculous income. It's like, okay. Like it's spiking up to like 20,000 here and there, like per segment of time. Garbage processing is going to be a problem. Our traffic is getting better. Alright, I'm not sure if this is actually a good idea, but we'll go to the intersection here. So prioritize the cars in the city, I think. Versus the on-ramp? Maybe not. That's... Look like it's going to back up pretty bad. Yeah, full-on yield is no good. It's just not moving at all. Okay, just try your best. That's gonna be the real scary one in, say, Skylines 2, is that accidents actually do happen. When you set up roads like this with like real or life, just telling like two roads to merge into each other and just be like, just figure it out. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just figure it out. Everyone just pile into the intersection. What could go wrong? That kind of stuff. Yeah, you're just straight up gonna have horrible. Yeah, so now we become just a giant financial hub as well. Alright, how are you doing? Are you done yet? I'm still surprised it's managing to pull up any oil. I think part of it is we're not getting many workers down here. Yep, and that'll be the last little bit. And then we'll change the zoning. I gotta start, well, I mean, I can start filling in the trees now, can't I? So if you never realized in this game, you can artificially make forests for lumberjacking by just dropping in trees. Do you see how it's just getting darker slowly? And then, like, if you go and you know put the lumberjack and stuff in there, you can still fill in the trees to increase the throughput and everything. I'm just trying to get that up. Because like I said, with the oil gone, there's no point in me keeping the oil stuff here, so we're going to pivot it. I don't believe it gets much. I think that's maximum green we're seeing now. Which all that does is when you have these darker shades, it's the buildings where it says like
Astrologists report that a devastating meteor will strike the city in the near future. Residents should seek shelter immediately if any is available.
bonk.
A meteor strike has occurred. Avoid the impact site and head to shelter if any is available.
Yeah, getting low. That one's also still running, but it's also getting low. It's also showing as like not having hardly any workers at it. So I think that's what's keeping us from having those. Oh, nope, there you go. That one just ran out. There's nothing left for it. You've run out. It'll take a long time for this pollution to clear up, but that's okay. All right. I think at the rate those are dropping, we might just call it for the oil and do the switch. Because, like, they're still technically pumping, but they're pumping at, like, 1/5 the rate they were before. I have to get rid of the buildings that are assigned strictly to that. Okay, so with that, it's time for change. We go here to industry. You are now lumber location. And we go to you. Choose the lumber location. We're going to go grab your main building and plunk you down right there. That's surprisingly still near max in a lot of them. We'll start with all that. You have a sawmill, which you can just plunk down over here somewhere. It doesn't really matter. Yard. Okay. So what we could do here, when that comes online, we'll go grab your trees, do that. Start dropping trees all along here to build this up so it actually produces well. And you notice all the trees are scraggly and dead because of pollution. Because we have properly destroyed this land. It would appear my my tree farms have already caught fire. As you do. So I'm trying to get that to spread in there more. It's doing it a little bit. But I'm not sure if the trees are burning down fast that I can actually get progress with them. There you go. That helped a lot. Yeah, so these trees where they're dying from the pollution, they're not counting towards it very well, it looks like. So it should slowly correct itself. Awesome. Alright, so we're getting the sawmills up in order. Yeah, it's like that's all dead. I'm pretty sure why this isn't counting for anything. Alright, we'll leave that alone for a little bit. I believe I have enough that we'll be able to get all the workers and all that in there. And I'll keep converting this area. Another thing we can do... I take a road and I can weave it through here. So I can put more of my farms over there. It'll already be maxed out. Alright, we'll deal with that in a minute. So we need more commercial we're short on, which was the thing we were dealing with before. I'm debating just putting it up here. I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Put a block commercial up here. That'll probably be okay. It might be a noise pollution. Let's actually go here. So for the commercial in this area... do like that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's put the commercial up there of something that does not produce a lot of noise. Okay, cool. You have upgraded to tier 3 on the campus. So we've got the school library. The tourism and travel building. Okay, so let's try and get that set up real fast. So start with that. All right. The school library can wedge right there. IT club can just be tucked back here. We'll wait. We'll do commencement hall next. Oh, I don't have water running through that. Get the tourism building. Because that's a special thing. We can put the statue back here. Put commencement hall over there. Alright, and there's for commencement hall. Students need 3 AM greasy diners. This is true. We do have some commerce there now. What are you? Oh, a large water tower, that's fine. It just was designed. I'm not used to seeing the big saucer design. I'm gonna drop down our dormitory directly under the blimp pad. That'll definitely help our students sleep. Okay, so we still need some more attractiveness on campus. Gotta make it a nicer campus that people want to visit. Yeah, and our outdoor study, maybe. Okay, so attractiveness is settled. The academic works will settle itself. And then just, once we have enough people in town, that'll get settled. So that's cool. So a good order for that. How are you doing down here? You upgrading okay? Do you need more employees? You do. Not a lot, but a little bit. Yeah, so these are all maxed out because I put all the trees around it now. Cool. Go to industry. There's not a whole lot I could do that I haven't already done with that. Okay, so that is upgraded, so we'll deal with that in just a moment. Okay, so which one upgrade? Was it you that upgrade? Yes, it was. Alright, so what new toys did you give me? You gave me a small sapling field. We already had the sawmill. A biomass pellet farm. And sawdust storage. There's sawdust storage. There's the biomass pellet farm. There's the saplings. Okay, so that should go relatively quick, because we'll end up hiring the people relatively fast, and are making good money. Unemployment rate is... Still got some room for growth there. Industry's not really needed much more of. We can use more housing. Surprisingly, this whole place isn't utterly backed up, which I genuinely am surprised about, considering how many people are back here. I think people are actually using the public transportation really well now. Like this area is still getting slammed because of all the industry going through it. We have both the farm and this. How's the subway doing? Yeah, again, we have like 200 some people on the subway. How are the blimps doing? We're struggling to keep up, but it is going well. All right. Okay, so we need more residential and commercial. I think we start tucking some more residential back here, and the reason for that is if I put them too far away, they'll start commuting too far. It's not bad yet, but let's try and keep it from getting there. Then grab you. Okay, once we get this built, we'll have to give the whole thing a chance, like, recover from the influx of people. Because there's bound to be something like power or water or garbage or something that's going to fall behind, so we don't want to shock it too hard all at once with just extra people. Yeah, so you just need way more students. Okay.
The Forest Service has stated that there is a risk of an imminent forest fire in the area. Residents are advised to avoid forested areas. A forest fire is raging in the area. Leave campsites and tree houses immediately.
Just building some commercial where I can. Nearby some of these neighborhoods. That'll be a good place for it. Alright, I'll say for right now, I'll just make that whole thing commercial too. See how that goes. And how are you doing? You don't have quite enough workers yet. We could probably fix that by just adding some more on here. There we go. They have printing press, large log yard, and all that. So let's get that. Okay, so printing press is something special, but we have the larger 3 yards to work with. Okay, that's massive increase in the industry. So pretty soon we're going to end up getting the ore industry up and running, which is this island over here. Our population has been going up pretty steadily. Like we've got like this university kind of downtown area. You drive out of the main part of town. You got like the lumber down here. You got farming. We'll have ore. This is kind of like just suburbia that covers this with like a little bit of heavier development along this little coastline. Got a little bit of manufacturing kind of industry down there. The big question is, how do I want to deal with that? Because I could pop... Actually, that's not going to be that bad. Alright, I know what I'm going to do. Go ahead and grab you. Okay, so that'll be... where we set up the ore off of. That way we're going to the roundabout up here, and I'll mostly feed out of town. We might run into some problems where it tries to feed through town, and honestly, that'll probably just be what it is. Regardless, it's a temporary situation. Okay, it's not a great intersection there, but if it starts to back up, we can deal with it then. In the meantime, let's show our raw resources. Okay, so a bunch of the ore is up here, so let's have that run down through there. You go through... Oh, I need that to be two-way. Okay, so I've got all of that kind of mapped out where can set up all the industry stuff. The big problem we have right now is that people right now are going to have to commute to it. We don't really want that. So we need to get some transportation going here as well. The downside is, no matter how I set up, I'm going to have to put some extra effort in. So I think I'm going to make a direct route between here and there and just skip the rest of the place. Do I have access to the helicopter yet? I do not. What do I need for the helicopter? Construct a helicopter depot. Well, that's straightforward and easy enough. Where's my infrastructure stuff? There it is. Bro, could you show the transition between the highway entrance and your city? I always struggle with those. Sure, I'm not going to imply it's the best or anything of the sort. But I could show it. So what I've got, I mean, that's all on fire. So we have this as already existing. So where mine starts is right now I've got this going on. So ignore all the ramps in here. Basically, it's a roundabout with, you know, fly-offs. And then this is just so the pedestrians don't block traffic. Right now it's a little backed up. because I have industry here and there, and then back there, all feeding through it. But the big thing about these is to get as many of your people off the road as possible. So like, you can see I have the blimps going around. They're transporting a lot of people around each day. Like literally, they're going constantly. I've got a subway system here. That same deal. I've got subway trains going around constantly. So I have like one that goes clockwise and the other that goes counterclockwise. I'm actually in the middle of setting up a helicopter to do stuff. Oh, I made it myself. Yeah, it takes a little finagling to get that, and then there's a mod you could use called Move It that really helps, but it's doable. So we need. What's a blimp stop added? Okay, so helicopter depot I can't do yet. It's 32,000. What is another way I can get people straight to from there? It's not a huge ordeal. Oh, I see. I thought it was sideways there, too. Okay, so you got the cable car. Are you operating now? I can't tell. Yep, you've got cable cars going. That seems like an impractical thing, but it goes right to the front of the college campus. So everyone who wants to go to the mines, you're right there. So with that, I need to go here to the region. You're already set. You're already set to ore and everything, so that's perfect. So now we need to go here and go industry or plunk the admin building down right there. Small ore storage, we could plop down right here. Sand storage can go there. Oh, it's a small ore mine. Okay, I misread it. I got them backwards. Okay, so we got a bunch of industry starting to pop up here. We can go ahead and grab you. Grab this. And you'll need power run up there. Alright, and just like that, we're gonna get all of our ore production going on. The hope is that most of this will leave out through that highway and won't cut through the entire city. If that happens, I'm gonna have to find a way to rerouting it. Okay, and power and water is going that. Garbage processing is in bad shape at this point. Elementary school is also insufficient. So let's get the elementary school sorted. Because that's not that big a deal to set up. There's another elementary school. High school's fine. Okay. So we've got that. And it's complaining about trash. So I want to get the trash away from this side of town. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deliberately put this over here in this area. Just because that means I'll have recycling on this side of town going in here versus piling more onto that main drag. Alright. Yeah, so it's both the elementary and high school availability aren't quite where we want them. They've got that whole area up there. Okay, we'll give it a minute. The issue is just the time it takes for them to process through. We are going to need another high school, though. Okay. And let's also check our parks. We'll show botanical gardens over there. A Japanese garden down there. Keep those land values as high as we possibly can. Because that means we'll have like a lot of higher education type jobs, make our big money. Yeah, we'll give those a minute. They're still upgrading and all that. How's the college campus doing? So it just needs more students for the most part. The academic work will come on its own. And we can pop down here to the forestry. You need actually quite a few extra workers. Did you upgrade? I just didn't notice it. That's the way it feels. So industry, forestry. No, you didn't. It's fine. What we'll do is... get a bunch of those built. Remain good progress and all that. Cool. Yeah, so we don't have enough people buying our stuff, so we'll just have to wait on that. Okay, they're struggling to find employees. My employment percent is at 96%, so the issue is I don't have enough people, is what the issue is. So you gotta be careful, because if we grow too fast, it'll get everything out of whack, where like our elementary school gets slammed, and then they all, you know, grow up at the same time, and the elementary school becomes like not needing anyone at all in it. They can ping pong real hard, real fast when you do that. Yeah, you can start seeing this like dropping as those houses fill up. I need to check. Those things are really noisy. Okay, so the wood cutting place is leveled up. Yes, we need to move those before noise pollution becomes a problem. Oh, you are way bigger than I thought. Okay, so we've just been plunking those down. Where? There you are. So what new did we get in our woodcutting district? Let's go. Engineering wood plant. Now I'm just trying to shove more saplings and such in here wherever we can fit them. Okay, we're gonna have to plunk down more trees though. If we look at this, it's not dense enough to really get much done with these, so I have to make this into more forest biome. Did I ever make the fire helicopter? I don't remember. Oh, good. There goes the entire area under fire. That's gonna happen a lot, by the way. Just genuinely, when you set up the lumber yard, just accept it will be catching fire very regularly. Because anytime it catches fire, like, everything nearby gets obliterated. Yeah, I mentioned it'll all catch fire every so often. So, I built the helicopter, right? Yeah, so I built the helicopters. They'll try their best. They won't succeed, but they'll try their best. Okay, we have our auras going well. There's some underground storage. There's glass manufacturing. There's ore storage. It doesn't look like it gave me a larger mining area. It does also look like we've already pulled up most of the ore over there, so let's plunk one down here. Plunk them kind of scattered all over the place over here to the areas where we have ore. We must not have a pipe that goes far enough. Okay, so power, water is all doing okay. Garbage processing doing. Elementary schools are underserving, which is what I said was going to probably happen. Because we expanded this all at once. Okay. Things are going pretty good with the way we've got this all set up. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this should start going pretty well. We're about to get enough resources. We don't quite have enough people working it yet, but we'll get there. That's continuing to escalate as well. We do still just need more people. Our unemployment is 3%. Usually when you get down to those low percent, it's effectively every job is full. Or sorry, not every job is full. Everyone who's looking for work is already gainfully employed. Kind of boxed myself in with some of these. Alright, we could do that. Got across there and do that. Leave you as a commercial district. As you will for that. And this. And you'll be more residential. Yeah, so now we're getting to the point where I'm just kind of building, not as fast as we can, but pretty quick. Because, like, we're just waiting on employees. I have what feels like infinite money. Because we're so financially stable now that I can kind of just throw policies out there and be like, yeah, it's fine. Let's see. New technology, nature. All industry places work are well and highly educated citizen. Production output is increased by 50. By 50. Reduces workplaces by 30 zoned. Does it increase vis shields by 10%? Increases that. Alright, so we have a bunch of stuff around that. So boost connections is always interesting. Filter industrial waste. Do the parks and recreation to boost that. I totally forgot mail is the thing in the game. That'll actually be a big hassle to expand the infrastructure for. Okay, you're getting there. Well, now it goes to the eco treatment so we can start making our water better. so it's not this disaster. How does that ground pollution going? Because we dumped a lot of pollution in the ground here. Okay, the fact that that ground pollution is already just gone, other than the one building that's producing any, that is kind of silly. It should be a little bit stickier than that. Okay. And get that going. That's the thing, like we have our original suburbia, and it looks like really nice. It's all interesting and creative.
Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
Alright, I'll deal with that in a moment. And honestly, we'll go ahead and paint that out here too. Get some lakeside property. So where is it that it could hit that I don't already have the sensor in place? You put the sensor up there. Put a sensor over there. Let's pop in over here where we got the rest of our infrastructure stuff. Drop you there. Drop you there. There, we've got signal for the whole emergency stuff. But eventually I should make shelter soon.
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
No. I just built that neighborhood. Why do you hate botanical gardens? Alright, let's see if we have any other damage I'm not seeing real fast. No, it looks pretty good. We got some buildings that are destroyed, but ooh, what'd this get? You collapsed my tourism place? You jerks. We just wanted to tourism. Come on. So elementary school is once again being underserved. High school will probably get slammed here in not too long. Water is right on the edge of a problem. Let's get ahead of that before it's too big of an issue. So our water intake is over here. Pretty soon I'm going to have to separate those out. I'll have too many in one spot and they won't work. That's the polluted water, so those should both bounce up. Garbage processing isn't where we want it. So I've got one over there. I don't think we want one down here because it's just going to pile in on that main road. So I think we put a second where the garbage production, garbage recycling centers in this area. Elementary school and all that's going well. All the other stuff is going all right. Cool. Well, actually, put some fishing docks out there. Get them boosted. Cool, so our area down here, I think that's maxed out now. We have wood chip storage. Pulp mill. Yep, that's it maxed out. I don't have room to like build much more, but we'll slap that down. And the ore building is better. Cool, so our industry is coming all together. People want me to go hard in the industry, and we're getting there. I am noticing that we're starting to already get our ore things running out. It is kind of a bummer that you can't really depend on those that much. A sea-bearing mining vessel. That's fine. Just because of how fast you go through everything. Rotary kiln. That's fine. Yeah, so like a lot of these are already tapped out on what ore there is available here. Like we've already almost wiped out the ore in the area. Yeah, so I mean honestly the ore and the oil is kind of useless to go after with how ridiculously fast you burn through it. And I know there's mods that actually like make them renewable and all that. But yeah, so I got like a little bit of ore down here. We've already chewed up the whole middle area of that. Which is kind of a bummer because that means you really only have farming and tree cutting as the only things that are actually properly renewable. That's okay. We'll just keep exploiting the land. Why not? Let's go here. You. Plug that down there. I guess add some extra fire helicopters. Try to help keep these fires a bit under control. Alright, so our population is increasing. It's getting pretty close to the next threshold where we unlock more stuff. Alright, yeah, and so we're getting way, way, way more people coming to town because this is becoming our giant population hub. I'm probably at the point of needing either another subway stop or, again, another alternate form of transportation. I'm hoping to get the helicopter because there is a there is an achievement for getting enough people to use the helicopters to go between your buildings and your base, or your basically to travel using that. Oh, you know what we need up here? We need our crematorium. I still have that one from earlier, but we haven't added any others. So let's plunk it down right there at the corner. All right. Okay, we're down to the last few, so we just gotta wait a little bit, and we should be good. And how are you doing, campus? Why did your campus attractiveness go, like, into the dumpster? When did that happen? Did it, like, accidentally unzone it? Could have sworn is way higher than that. We didn't lose more buildings. We don't have... Well, no, the pollution's not close enough that it's likely to be impacting that. I mean, whatever. We'll just make more campus. Our groundskeeper... Okay. So... Guess we had a couple more dorms. Getting too steep, we're on that edge. Kinda wish you would not switch back to this mode. Okay, just adding a couple more paths so the students don't have to like run across everything just to get around. Okay, so we're now a capital city. Heck yeah. And that means I finally get like the proper thing for cleaning pollution and everything, so that'll be wonderful. So I'll deal with that in just a minute. First, let me fix this campus. I do attractiveness, 650. What's that, like another statue or something over here? Got another statue on this end. Anything else way over here I can build? No. Okay. A lot of study hall. And a gymnasium, so that's 2 of each of those. Up a cafeteria over there as well. Got more outdoor study. Statue thing. How's that doing? Campus looking good yet? Yep, campus is solid. Alright. So, we can repair this. But the big thing we're wanting to do, where is all the pollution water coming from again? There you are. Because what's happening now is these are all gone. And instead, we've got these. Which do water treatment. As opposed to just dumping gross water back into the river. Okay, so I need more of them. That's fine. The important bit is with that, we should gradually see the gross water go away. And then we'll once again be clean. I believe we're getting to the last couple unlocks so far as like population and all that go. Do we still have left? So I can unlock another tile, and then mostly just like cargo and all that. And then another tile and the airport. And then at the last tile we unlock literally everything. So we're basically down to airports. And, that. Oh, I still don't have the helicopter? Boo. I thought I got it at this point. Because we're waiting for that so I could set up the helicopter path, but no luck so far. That's fine. Alright, so we need our high school from the looks of it.
Warning. Experts predict an earthquake could hit the area soon.
So, Mother Nature, could you tone it down? The people are trying to sleep. No! Leave my financial district alone! Stop it. I'm almost to the point of actually... Ultra Resources in here, and like she was like, "Oh, I had to turn that off because it's just ruining my terrain." I'm like, you know what? Honestly, I might do that because it's not that big a deal. I just have to keep rebuilding the stuff that gets destroyed, and like I've been leaving the terrain all jacked up.
An earthquake is occurring. Don't panic and wait for help if you are in the affected area.
That's actually a pretty bad one. Don't damage my campus. Mother Nature, why do you hate farther education? Alright, so let's first get you connected again. He's helping you set up a sunken train line. But she's not. He's just breaking my stuff. Alright, so now I need to go... do whatever we can with this. Because, like, that's all destroyed. Alright, let's put on the filter so I can see if there's any more disaster stuff I gotta worry about. No more damaged roads, luckily. So that took a pretty big chunk out of part of the neighborhood over here. That's gonna be a couple hundred people not living in my town anymore. Just using that for a placeholder. Cool. Get rid of that. Fire on there. Yeah, I'll make that the next stop point. And you need to be connected over this way. Yeah, so we're definitely at the point I need to get a train or a subway stop in here somewhere. Because we're too far from the last one. So, how do I want to do this? They have a metro that goes directly under here. Oh, you broke the metro line? Come on. Did I get broken by anyone else? No. That should just automatically restore itself. Or it won't. I'll have to fix my metro. It's fine. I was literally just talking about the fact that I needed to run a new metro line anyways. We'll take that and we'll make a walking path. Okay, so let's fix our metro. So the first thing is first. Gotta get rid of where it's popping down there to add a new stop into the sequence. Okay, so now if I go to my lines in the metro, I should be able to fix the ones that are right there. As soon as I remember where the heck the entrance is, there you are. So lines overview, grab you. Okay, so it's repairing itself. It just need an extra minute. Okay. Yep, so we're all good there. Cool. That gives us another stopping point for the metro, which will help people get around. We need for more commercial. I don't really want to do it this way, but I'm gonna. Okay. So we're doing pretty good. Things keep expanding. We're still moving people by the blimps everywhere. Grabbing a little ore we still can. Actually, it seems like there really isn't much ore left. So this area might be shutting down soon. And I don't think I want to set up yet another, like, farm. Well, I mean, I can't set another farm there. There's no fertile soil. But I don't think I want to set up another lumber area. Okay. This has been going pretty well. Oh, right, I can expand the tile. Where am I going with you now? I definitely expand over that way. And go down here. I can go up that way too. Let's just go for more of the islands. Like, what we'll do is, like, that's a dead end there, but what I could do is, if we go down these ones, then we can bring it up this way too. That way they're also on the main highway again, so hopefully not feeding into this more than we already are. Yes, we are starting to get traffic problems. Not too bad yet, but it'll get there. That's actually another thing we could probably set up. Grab our boats. Well, that is interesting. So we can actually set up... There's a boat path here that we could set up like cruise ship route. We can set up the ferry depot and go around with the ferry. We're level 4 on the ore thing. Like, there's really nothing to do with the ore thing, because, like, it's about to tap out anyways. And when it does, then there's nothing for me to do with it. Like, then we'll probably just make that into another place that our people can live when the pollution clears. It looks like we're starting to already push our water limit again, so let's go ahead and get ahead of that. You move this down a little bit. The reason for that is if I keep pulling from here, eventually what'll happen is it'll pull up water so fast that It's not like it's gonna empty the river, I think, but it'll make it so like constantly like kick on and off as it, like pulls a bunch of water, it loses suction. You know, then the water will fill in the gap, then it'll do it again. Then you spread the pumps out a little bit. Honestly, with all these, I kind of wonder if you set up a dam, like here and there, if you could drain the water down a lot over here. Because that could be interesting. Another thing we could do. Trash. Go to slight discoloration, and that'll pick up trash and get rid of it. What resources do we have in this island? Yes, that was kind of wash. But yeah, it's fine. It's kind of a bummer, like, again, with the industry, there's not a whole lot more to do. Like, I could just make a bunch of smog-producing industry just because. We'll still run the thing where we'll end up having it where there's just not enough people who want it kind of thing. Alright, so we've got that set up there. So let's be a bit smart about this. Instead of just piling another one up there, I've got this spot up here. Just chuck it up there. It's out of the way. It won't bother a thing. And that's just another location so when a random power cable gets broken, the whole thing doesn't shut down. School is in dire strait. I didn't even notice that the elementary dipped that bad. Oh, right. Because there was an elementary school, like, right up here that got destroyed, too. Yeah, it was an elementary school. It was like right here on the corner before the earthquake. But still didn't bring it up, but there'll be some catch-up to go on with it. Alright. I'd say generally the city has gone pretty well. Like I said, we're getting a bit of traffic in this roundabout in the middle, but it's not like where we have, you know, where the one lane is backed up the whole highway. It's just barely kind of pacing it. And all the rest of this is fine. We're not dealing with too much traffic there. This is all running smoothly. This area is running perfectly fine. Granted, it's about to shut down because of all the ore running out, but that's fine. We'll just put something else there. Maybe I will just like make this straight up just normal industry. To make a giant area of just typical industry back there and just let it smog up the area. Gotta wait till that's gone. Which will add a bunch of road stuff up here, but I think that'll be okay. I also do like that while we have like this rural, like this more rural area over here and like the random like outskirt manufacturing kind of stuff, we do kind of have like a very heavy urban sprawl developing on this one island around the university. Why is your campus attractiveness keep dropping? That's what I don't really understand what's happening with you. There, it's back up. Because as soon as that finishes, we get another level and we can make more buildings. But the university can handle pretty much as much, like, honestly, as many students as that thing can handle. If we maxed out, like, the entire tile and how many people we can put on here, that university is still probably most likely be able to handle it. If not entirely, pretty close to. I need more garbage processing. Where do I want to put that? I guess let's put the third one here. Well, sixth one, the third one for this area. An unrelated question. What do you think of the best short blunt weapon is? Oh, in Project Zomboid? So that's kind of a tricky one, and the reason it's tricky is short blunt is kind of a weird weapon so far, like weapon category so far, that almost all of them are at least good. I would say the nightstick is very popular because it's got a lot of durability, pretty okay damage, pretty okay attack speed, pretty okay reach. But I mean, it's one of those weapon categories in Project Zomboid. You pick up a hammer, it's good. You pick up a nightstick, it's good. Like, that's the magic of short blunt weapons in Project Zomboid, is pretty much all of them are good. And sure, you'll have people's like, well, this one has slightly better damage than that one. Yeah, it's like the lead pipe has slightly more damage than a lot of them, but it also uses slightly more endurance than a whole bunch of them. The durability isn't as good as a lot of them. So it's kind of one of those things that they're all relatively good with like nuance. This one's slightly more durable, that one's slightly better damage, this one's slightly better like attack speed. There are like one or two that are like bad. But generally speaking, you figure those ones out because you hit something with it and it breaks almost instantly and you go, "Oh yeah, that's junk." But yeah, no, that's the gimmick of short blunt versus all the other ones. Is short blunt is one of the weapon categories that which is the best. Like, I mean, you could ask 10 different people and get 10 different answers on that one. Versus like, what's the best short blade? Well, the hunting knife is like the best short blade you're gonna run into most of the time. 1 second, let me shift that over. Like, you know, there's a very distinct best there. Like the axes, well, it depends. If you're on lower axe level, then the two-handed axes, like the red fireman axe, is usually your best bet. If you're at a much higher axe level, then the one-handed, like, little yellow axe is the best one. And even then, people can argue that one. Like spears is just crafted spear. Long blade, at lower levels it's the katana, at higher levels it's the machete. Because there's a point that once you're one-tapping already, while the katana still has slightly more attack speed, the durability that the machete has over the katana just makes up all the difference once you get a little bit of levels in there. Long blunt, I'd also argue, is one that has different opinions. Like, the shovels have like really good knockdown, the baseball bat's pretty solid and easy to repair. There's a couple of weapons that you can't repair out of the long blunt that you know are their own good things. Let's go ahead and start getting rid of these ones that... Why are you being weird? Not letting me delete that. That's why. I set to underground. Okay. And then when that's what's gone, I'll make another road over here, and we'll start just filling that up with just generic industrial. Okay, so it's time for Death Wave. All of our elementary schools just start slamming our high schools, so that's going to get overrun pretty soon, but that's okay. That's because we did pretty aggressive growth for a bit there. I'm surprised... Ooh, we might actually be able to make that happen soon. And I was just saying, it's like we've had pretty aggressive growth. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it anyways. See, that's the spot. And we'll go with that. Also, we'll leave that so I can put something down there, like a fitness place or whatever. Alright. That said, it's also one of the things in Project Zomboid that you'll have people get really caught up on the weapon categories. And I mean, don't get me wrong, like, you're either into spears or you're not. Like, spears are one of those weapon categories that there's a lot of danger to it if you don't do it right. They're kind of annoying in the fact that you constantly have to be swapping them out kind of thing, because they're breaking. Even at higher levels, they're breaking pretty regularly. So even then, it's just like, I personally don't like dealing with them. Like, they're strong. They're, like, super strong. But they're also a pain in the butt. Okay, so we've got all that going on. Garbage processing is fine. Crematorium is fine. Jail availability is fine. The schools are struggling a little bit. Let's actually put a high school down here somewhere. You already have one down here, actually. There. But, it's one of those things that, like, once you get a couple levels in any weapon category, you can do really well in any weapon category. You'll have people argue up and down what's the meta and all that. And that's my big thing with Project Zomboid, is I would argue in Project Zomboid it's a soft meta. That there isn't a distinct, this is the best. They all have their pros and cons, and that they're close enough that anyone claiming, like, this is objectively the best weapon in the game, it's like, no. Like, spears are the highest DPS in the in the game. But, like, the inconvenience of the durability and how much you have to carry of them and their stamina uses and all that are a negative. Does it make up for the DPS? Well, that's very subjective. Maybe. I personally don't feel so, but maybe. It's also one of those games that doesn't matter either. You don't have to have, like, super high DPS or anything else like that to succeed. Okay. Nope. Don't want curving roads. Okay, so let's get ready to start choking this up with a whole bunch of pollution and trucks full of goods. Alright, so what's going to end up happening here pretty soon is I still have a couple of these that are pulling ore. Like 2 or 3 of them. But they're going to run out very soon. Same with that one up there. And then once I do that, I'll destroy the main building for the ore stuff, and then I'll shut that all down and get that out of here. Getting our crematorium in here. This is backing up way too much. Alright. We also haven't set up the child care, elderly care at all. The main part of the city gets those extra facilities. That's just the way it is. What's that? Treasure hunt? What? What's treasure hunt? A tribute to City Skylines modding community, the creator's library. The plaza transforms a modern plaza that ensures smooth transitions into the future. A countdown clock. The only clock you will ever know. Why is it so loud? I'm not sure if you noticed, but it's got a really big, like, noise radius. Well, a fairly large noise radius as well. We'll add it up. Well, even up here is tricky. All right, we'll do this. We'll go boom. So this power cable serves no purpose now. So what is the countdown clock here for? Well, I mean, we have it. I don't know what it's for still, but, you know, we do have it. I was thinking that, but, I mean, no, I guess it is 16 days, the 24th. That's kind of a fun thing. I placed it in a bad place, but, you know, I'm not super worried about that. Plaza of the Future. After sunset, there is a hint of a new dawn. Ooh, and there's not even, like... After that's going to be 0 forever. No, that's where the devs just troll you and it sets up a new count, but they never say what it is. And they just leave you wondering. Hey, Colossal City! Yes. Buy more tile. And now what happens is you go public transportation, this helicopter depot, and go to where we have a bunch of our infrastructure stuff and shove that in here somewhere because I haven't been leaving room for it. That's a me problem that I'm immediately paying for. Okay. So I had the helicopter depot. So now what we want is helicopter stops. That's one helicopter stop. Oh, they destroyed our cable car connection at some point, or I destroyed it. Either way, it's not there. That's the important part. The cable car connection is gone. I'm willing to sacrifice some path to some dorms. That'll work. Okay, so let's set up the path. Huh. Okay. Alright, now I could go to the helicopter path and just say... where are you at? Start here. Go there. Go there. And back here. All right. Yeah, just you get through it. It just like jumps the number up to 2 years later or something like that, and just never fills in the blank. Okay, and so we also need to go here to the cable cars because that got broken at some point. All right. Any more public transportation? How is our public transportation doing? Okay, so right now we're setting about 617 people a week by the metro. We're down to only 56 per week by the blimp line, which that just boils down to the fact of the blimp line. We kind of cannibalized all the desire for it from the metro. Oh, we're actually getting way too many for us to handle. That's fine. We'll crank it up. That last stop, which stop is this? The stop at the university is getting absolutely obliterated with number of people. So we'll see how many we can handle and just keep on cycling through. We can handle maybe one more. Trying to figure out how many helicopters I can handle on the route before, like, they can't, land. There's just not enough time. Okay, it's actually one too many, but that's alright. We got a bunch of people traveling by helicopter. Oh, the achievement is to transport 15,000 people by helicopter. I mean, sure, we'll get there eventually, but also, come on, man. Yeah, just got 2 more, and then all the ore's done. Let's deal with this. Oh, and you had another fire burn through here and destroy half the buildings. As you do. How are we doing? Healthcare availability is not great. And our elementary schools are currently not sufficient. Here's what we're doing. Elementary schools. Budget. Kill the budget. Wait. Plaza of the Future. It's a QR code. I assume that's a QR code for City Skylines too. Scan and find out. I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm not gonna take the time to take out my phone, put in the lens mode, and do all that sort of stuff on stream. There's none of those buildings that doesn't seem to have any consequences of building it like right in the middle of my city. It just gives a whole bunch of happiness. It almost feels like they gave us a bunch of these buildings, just as like freebies, so you could like make your cities really happy. I mean, I'm absolutely using them, but There's a handful of Foley's that are like, it's for the future. It's like, uh-huh. Yeah, because even that one made everyone happy. Chat. It'll happen eventually. We just have to wait. It's almost time, chat. It's almost time for City Skylines 2. I'll have to remember, like, before we go to TwitchCon, we want to revisit that and see how much closer it is. Like, make sure it's actually working right. The Creators Library users in the city, 66. Alright. The elementary school there. Yeah, they're working on it. Even blowing up the budget for our education to literally maxing it out, which almost 1.5 to the budget cost for that, is still our elementary school's not caught up because of the whole cycle of aging. Yeah, so you're emptying, you're just about to be full. We're gonna switch those real fast. You're still emptying the corpses. You're complaining about noise pollution, these two. So what happens when that happens is we evict them. No one is to complain about noise. Are you kidding me? Who do you think we are? And I'll make them offices because then they don't care about the noise. Okay, so what was you were complaining about? Not so we can go ahead and get rid of you. And also get rid of you two. These are basically done. So where's the main building? No. Okay. Alright, and with that, this whole area is going to disassemble itself here in just a moment. Because what we're going to do is we're going to say industry, generic industry, and we're going to go to the regions here. We're going to say erase in industry area. And the reason we're doing that is there's only like trace amounts of ore left in here. It's not worth trying to keep it up. You see like a little pocket down there, there's some of the wire right there, and there's stuff right off the edge of the map. But like that's not going to matter. So all of that's going to disappear because we've changed the type, like the designation, we've rezoned it. That's fine. Alright. I'd say the city's gone pretty well. Like, we are dealing with some traffic and some death waves and all that kind of stuff, but that's just City Skylines for you. We've got a university. Finally got to level 4. Thank goodness. We finally got our level 4 university. Yeah, somewhere I can shove the bookstore. There we go. Trade school laboratories. Let's go ahead and get more paths. We also have an auditorium to build. Okay. I need to expand the campus area. All right, so like I'm building all these things to try and make the campus as attractive as possible. But like really, at this point, kind of just stamping out extra buildings just because we can. All right, water. This would be a pretty unreasonable college campus to be on, where like it just goes on for days in one direction. That's a ridiculous campus. That said, it doesn't even remotely meet the campus attractiveness requirement. We do have enough students. Is there stuff we could do to increase the campus attractiveness that doesn't involve that? Universal education increases the campus attractiveness by 20%, cost no income from campus tuition fees. Visiting scholars increases faculty bonus, cost faculty upkeep. Free lunch. Student health care. You know, it's one thing we could do. We can add a varsity sport. I don't know how we're going to fit a varsity sport in here. Because they need to be here somewhere that they can access by road. But I also need it far enough away from the residential that they don't immediately have noise pollution health problems. Now we can run the water over here. Oh, again, our water pipeline got broke by earthquake. Alright, so now I've got the varsity sports. And we have the aquatic center. The baseball arena. The track and field. And that is way more than should be built over there by what we've got going on. And meanwhile, just like before, we're going to go ahead and pop in over here. Drop all that. Go to the zone. Make sure it's considered part of the college campus. Because I'm assuming that'll spike the attractiveness a lot. Nope, it didn't do hardly anything. That's probably actually better than the reality, which is, in reality, those things are all viewed, that you put those on your campus, and then suddenly, like, it attracts more people to your campus and all that, and it's super annoying because none of that has to do with actually learning anything, and it annoys me greatly that it's such a big deal to campuses. Alright. Study hall, we'll put a study hall over here. Alright, where are we at? A gymnasium. There's not enough room to fit that in, so we won't. There's a cafeteria. Another statue. Another statue. Okay, so how are we looking now? Alright, so the campus attractiveness has managed to hit what we want. We do have an absurd number of sports teams now in the area. more than likely, the moment one of those games starts, all of our traffic is going to be completely and utterly demolished and incapable of functioning. It'll be great. Absolutely will not be a bad time. Drop you in there. We got that. Cool. Actually, are you already building stuff? No, you're not. I mean, they just started, but we're just gonna pretend you're not. Because I'm gonna go up here and put commercial along here. Alright. So that's pretty good. Go ahead and get another crematorium going up. Try and catch up on all that. Okay, so you're done, so pop that one. We'll let that catch up a bit, and then we'll empty the other graveyard. Alright. Oh, I just noticed it's the Green District. Of course it's the Green District is the district that makes all the money. That pretty much checks out. We're about to max out this campus. Let's see. The varsity team has become famous. The city businesses are offering to sponsor the local team. Decrease the upkeep of campus varsity sports. Billboard change from the varsity team to the brand's logo. Cool. Advertise campaign throughout the area to draw visitors. The amount of visitors to the arena will increase by a bunch. A fan club support gives out free fan merchandise to fans during matches. Organizes fan club trips and away matches. Increase the odds of winning by 7%. Nope. Sure, we're the Buccaneers. So far, basketball, we've won one, lost one. Swimming, it just shows all of them as the same. But that's fine. The big thing is I gotta get, I get all the dead bodies dealt with. Because they're doing the thing where I grew up too, like, I added too many people too fast, and now I'm on the other side of it where they all aged out at the same time. And that's what we're trying to deal with right now is, you know, fixing where we're in this wave. That said, we're handling it perfectly fine. Our our budget is still really, really doing well. We're kind of at that phase in the game where we have so much money and it's coming in so fast that outside of, like, about the only thing that could knock you down is if you spend way too much money and then you get hit with a tidal wave that full wipes you. That's about the only thing that can kill you at this point. And the reason why that happens, or just you continue to, like, just let it run and neglect until that negative keeps going. Because you can have where it knocks out your power, and if you spent all your money and you go to do, like, the loan, you can potentially not bring yourself back without shutting a whole bunch of stuff down. And most of the time, it's just kind of hard to juggle that. You got all the helicopters zipping around, we got the subway, we got the blimps. I kind of wish we had this set up so we could take the monorail the whole way down here to where the train is. That's another thing I need to do. Alright, so where could I... So putting a normal passenger train here would be really tough at this point. I think it could run, like, a rail the whole way up here. And put a train stop up here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Because what we could do here... is do that. Train. Plug it down there. It should have water. Now I go train, and now the goal is to take the track all the way from where it is down here. There we go. Start cruising through this. And just like that, we have a very elaborate train stop right here. Which also makes me think I need another subway stop. That's what we need. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the subway stop going here. I could slide that somewhere, maybe, please. That'll do, that's fine. Alright, so the subway stop. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna use this as a middle point. I don't really want to do that, but I want to like fish everything around again. So create new line, go here, go back. Okay. So all that does is take people from the front of campus in the main part of town back to all the arenas and all that. So hopefully that mitigates a bunch of traffic back in this area. This place is probably the first major game is going to get completely and utterly demolished. So we have 1-1. So our Aquatic Center lost their first round. The basketball team won their first round, and the track and field won their first round. We have to talk to the aquatics team about they get to continue going to school. Because we are the champions, there's no time for losers. Alright, so one more academic work. And then the campus is maxed out. Alright. Yes, I mean, honestly, at this point, we could just keep expanding the city. Like, that's about the only thing we had done. Like, there's all of the stuff like this that you can unlock. I've done pretty much all of it before. What are you? Some of these are, like, new things. But, like, there's always that, like, you had to do things in previous ones to unlock them. But, oh, actually, it doesn't show them all. Yeah, so you can see, like, the traffic park here. Children come to traffic park to learn traffic signs and rules, the landmark building. So, public transit has 5,500 weekly. So, basically, I need a ridiculous amount of public transportation to unlock that one. The boat museum, I have to construct a ferry dock. The locomotive halls. There's all sorts of stuff. What we can do is we can go here. Space is already occupied by what? Oh, the earthquake sensor. Sorry, I didn't remember you were back here. Alright, so you can go back here. So a festival center, a music hall, and the fan zone. Like a bunch of tourist stuff, like way wedged in the back there. Why did I build a cargo train line? Come on. Like, it's an easy fix. I just built the wrong train thing. So train. There's the elevated train. There's the regular train station. It looks terrible, but I'm gonna live with it. It's fine. Just don't look at it. It's fine. We'll fix that later. We'll fix it in post. Alright, so we'll just keep getting all the concerts and all that kind of going. We'll keep having our matches, get that all going. We're still dealing with corpses. Suddenly it seems like the college campus attendance is getting a little out of hand. Can't imagine what changed. Is that only internal to the city? Disables it if you prefer to use the station only for local trains. Okay. Yeah, so that's all I care about is the intercity trains right now. How many people are actually riding the cable car, by the way? Passengers in the last week, 0. Literally no one. They all said, cable cars to the opposite side of town. What the heck are you going on about? I mean, it says 24. Which is still terrible, but, you know, that's not 0. On, off. Oh my, you need more than one vehicle. Yeah, so we got sporting events as well going on now. I basically was able to fit like everything, but I think it was football and no, actually, was it football? Yeah, it's football and baseball I couldn't fit. But that's fair, like no one misses baseball. I mean, what? It's not my jam to watch that one. It's hard for me. Baseball's so slow. All right, come on, one more academic work. And our college is upgraded fully. Yes, we're still dealing with the number of dead bodies and all that. It just, all of these giant gashes out of the map everywhere. Like, making it a very interesting landscape, but yeah. Every one of the games has, like, dead bodies in it. Oh, but that's okay. The fan zone, it too has a dead body in it. The festival area, it's doing okay. There's no dead bodies there. Almost sold out. Oh, nope, there we go. There's the dead body. Mosh pit got a little out of hand, I'm guessing. The actuality is we have people dying of old age all over the place. Okay. Okay, so they had the show. Band got slightly more popular. Made some money. Heck yeah. I like money. Money's pretty swell. We've slightly dipped under 1,800 students. There we go. It's right back up. It just needed a moment. There's one student who's a little antsy about their whole thing. All right. I mean, like, really, I feel like this went really well for today. I know I've been like repeating myself here, getting a little bit on the low energy side. It's kind of going, what am I working on next other than just more houses? But that's totally fine. Because we ramped the city up fast. Like, I've been on like full speed the entire run. But I feel like that's kind of necessary with City Skylines at times. Not unless you're saying like really, like when we were decoring this area, like really nice as things. But then I started getting like motivated to lean in on the industry, so I was trying to get fast and get that done. And I just kept going. Man, I'd say we did a good job. Like, we're looking at what we got as our end result. We started with just this little road here. We've got our cargo train drop off. We've got our blimps running around. We got our helicopters running around. We got this giant giant lumber area. We got this farm area over here. We've got just generic industrial, which looks like it's become a crime haven, as it do. We got a little industrial here, as well as like a lot of our power infrastructure and various nonsense. We've got like kind of a nice little medium density development. It's high density, but it's not really that high. We got a whole bunch of like more suburbia over here with kind of like their own like mini downtown. So even though it's part of the main city, it's like the outskirts of the main city. We have, where'd that one house go? We have these 3 houses here. We're complaining that it's too noisy, and so we're evicting them from our town. We'll not complain about the volume, and instead there'll be offices. Hope they've learned their lesson. And then we have like our main downtown area where we've got like a big financial district. We got this ridiculous sprawling college campus. We've got the giant doomsday clock, which is actually for the release of City Skyline 2s, I'm pretty sure. And then just like urban sprawl out here. We've got like this little route for the train to go and deliver people off to. We pop over here. Where are they? For the college campus, we've got cable cars that take any students who want all the way out here directly to what used to be the mines, but is now just generic industrial because we've used up all the ore. We had oil here, but we used up all of the oil. And we are dealing with this really annoying death wave. It's a thing that you run into in the game, is if you build up too fast, you end up in this weird offset cycle of people dying all at the same time because of aging up. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, and we also have a subway. We go and we pop on here. I'm hitting all the wrong things for showing what I'm looking for. Yeah, so we got also our subway system. So we've got subways going both, one going clockwise, one going counterclockwise, and one that just delivers straight from the university to the train station to where we have like all of the sports games and like the festival center and all that. So it feels like Smogberg is not too bad. It's a pretty decent town other than all the corpses. But that said, we've had this fog on it the whole time, so I'm gonna say that the Smogberg part of it didn't end up being as much as the pollution side of it as we intended, so much as the map just being cloudy and smoggy forever. I'll probably avoid doing a Rual map on say Skylines 1 in the future because having the whole screen look washed out half the time was a little annoying. Now, with all that said, it is getting to be about that time, so I'm gonna quickly save this and call it Smogberg. Because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to stop where I'm recording this for YouTube, so those who are going to check this out on YouTube later, potentially, goodbye YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff over there.